Alright.
Oh yeah.
Hello, Foxtrots. Good afternoon. I could say afternoon. It's already 5 minutes past 12. Hiya, hiya, hiya. And you notice the new background? I'm trying something new. A little more viewer friendly, so to speak. Less clutter and easier to see. But anyway, enough about that. Hello, everyone. Welcome to episode 15 of Shrine Talk with me, your host, Inari Yoko, where I invite usually a content creator, be it a VTuber or jokingly a flesh tuber. Um,
Bless you.
flesh tuber, yeah, jokingly. So I say that jokingly, by the way. Yeah, we talk about a topic. We passionately talk about a topic. And of course, everyone in chat is welcome to ask us anything. We will tackle it usually in between questions or during the intermission, which happens after about 5 or 6 questions. All right. Joining me today, of course, is PK right over here. I met PK through Blue, if I'm not mistaken, a fellow fighting game player mainlining Tekken. I'll hand over the red carpet to you. Kindly introduce yourself, PK.
Hey, I'm PKTreturns. I consider myself a variety fighting game streamer, but I've been streaming a lot of Tekken for like the past few months. I originally started as streaming Dead or Alive, but I played a lot of fighting games as a kid, and I actually stopped gaming for about like 8 years. But recently I came back when I started playing League of Legends, and then due to Corona and I couldn't go out as much as I used to. I really wanted to interact with people and meet people with common interests, so I started as streaming. So yeah, I started with Dead or Alive, switched over to Tekken. I've played a Strive and KOF on my stream. I've also played a Sekiro and Final Fantasy before, but I mainly do fighting games.
Yo. Now, funny because you picked a really good time to start streaming fighting games because we are in that funny renaissance era of fighting games again. Last time this happened was around Street Fighter 4 era, but of course we'll talk about that later. Now, for now, I'll briefly introduce today's topic, which is, as you can see on screen, what it's like playing multiple fighting games. But the whole crux of the topic, of course, um, reason why I picked this topic, playing fighting games, a lot of them, it's not like playing multiple MOBAs or FPS, and we're gonna talk about why that is so. And since PK and I play a lot of fighting games in the same period of time we play like one or two main fighting games, we're gonna mention um, the good stuff and the bad stuff about doing something like that. And of course, as content creators, the kind of issues we face and how it's not just unique to a fighting game, because some arguments are like, you only see that in Tekken, you only see that in Guilty Gear. No, it's the whole fighting game community scene, and we're gonna explain how that works. And lastly, of course, we are going to talk about how we are in this new era of fighting games brought about, I would say, by because of COVID, where a lot of competitions had to be done online, and one of the oldest forms of competitive video games, which
But it's only happened maybe twice.
yep. All right, now that we're
But
back, like I was
yay!
saying, because of COVID, a lot of competitive esports had to go online, and a lot of games didn't have that much trouble because most of them have had this online scene, like League of Legends, Dota, a lot of FPS like Valorant, CS, Overwatch, Rainbow Six Siege. They have mainly been online with LAN tournaments, but a lot of mid-season tournaments are done online, so that's not that big a deal. But the big fighting game tournaments have usually been LAN, be it CEO, Evo, and in your local scene, like in the Philippines, some of you know about Rev Major. That's a very big deal. So the fact that we missed a good year or so of a lot of fighting game lands, people have had to resort to, well, sticking to online um, fighting to, sort of look for that adrenaline rush in a fighting game. And that has been brought about by the whole trend of rollback. Just about every fighting game that comes out, people ask, the first thing they ask, does it have rollback? And we're gonna talk about that in detail today. Alright, so first question for today. What was your very first fighting game, PK?
It was actually the original Tekken 1. I remember, like, yeah, I'm old, but I remember, like, my mom would take me, we go to the bowling alley, and I wasn't really that interested in bowling, but the bowling alley had a mini arcade, and I just remember I would ask my mom for a few like nickels, because like the arcade machine was like only about 5 cents, and I would get like maybe like $1 or something from her, and I turn it into like nickels, or she'd give me like 50 cents or something, and I just get nickels, and I would just play Tekken a lot. And like there was other fighters there. I remember seeing like a Virtual Fighter. I think they had a King of Fighters, because I remember the characters from that. But I just remember being mesmerized by Tekken. And then of course growing up, I had like a PlayStation, so I had like Tekken 2, Tekken 3, and that was pretty much it. It was actually the original Tekken.
So, even today, you're mainlining Tekken, and you started with Tekken. That's very poetic.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. It's more questions. Sorry.
Okay. As for me, my first fighting game was Tekken 3, and it was on a PlayStation. And if all of you know your history, Tekken 3 was around the time when there has been a demand for console-based fighting games, because at the time, the only place you'd find a fighting game is in an arcade. But with the whole video game console thing starting to become mainstream, a lot of people were like, "Yo, when are we gonna get a fighting game on a console?" And funny enough, there was one franchise at that time which was known as the console fighting game, and that was Tekken. And Brother Nari was the one who introduced me to fighting games with Tekken 3, which he later regretted because I learned it, I picked it up, learned it, and in about a month, he never beat me.
Had a talent for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like the thing with Tekken 3, like I think if like that's one of the highest selling like PlayStation games. So like if you had a PlayStation or knew somebody had a PlayStation, most likely you played Tekken or knew somebody that had Tekken. It was huge, like Tekken 3.
Oh yeah, definitely it was. Right. Next question. So who or what made you try out fighting games in the first place?
For me, it was just seeing in the arcade. I was just curious about it. And I just remember picking my character. It was Nina because she was a girl and just pressing buttons. And for some reason, I just kept, like, every time I went to that bowling alley, as they had the machine, I would just keep playing, like, Tekken. It was just something that attracted me to it.
So it was really a, what do you call it? A first impression kind of thing?
Basically, it's just, I mean, it was there and it just became kind of like my thing. And there were other games in the arcade, but I always like would just gravitate towards Tekken.
You were just drawn to it.
Yeah, I like the character designs, the way the combat looked, and yeah, it's really interesting for me.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I totally get like at that time. I'm not shit talking other fighting games at that time, but like during the whole era of Tekken 5, Street Fighter 3 to 4. A lot of games were very stylized. They had their own distinct style. You look at Street Fighter 4, you compare it to Guilty Gear, you compare it to KOF, Soul Calibur. Had a very distinct style. But Tekken, design-wise, looked very grounded. And I know it sounds kind of weird, because like Yoko, there are literal pandas and bears and pieces of wood fighting. How is that grounded? And I'm just like... Exactly my point. Like, there are a few standouts there, but like, you look at the characters, most of the cast, you're like, I can see that happening in real life. Outside, of course, the ultimate hacky sack mechanics of keeping people in the air. Definitely won't see that. If you did see that, you might think you're in the Matrix or something. Hopefully that you never see that, but yeah, other than that, it's pretty grounded. And I know that was part of the appeal for me as well. Now, outside of the game, it was it was definitely Brother Inari who brought me into fighting games, and it was with Tekken 3. And the reason why he even brought me to Tekken 3 was that he needed someone to practice his combos with, because he was very competitive with his other classmates and friends, and unfortunately it was him who ended up being practiced on by me. And hilariously enough, at the time, I didn't have many friends that were into fighting games because PlayStation era, of course, people were drowning in RPGs. There were so many RPGs in PlayStation 1. Like, obviously, the huge elephant in the room, Final Fantasy 7 to 9. Okay, and we're back. Now, before I was rudely interrupted by my ISP, so like I was saying, during the console era of the PlayStation, a lot of people weren't really drowning themselves in fighting games. They were drowning themselves in RPGs. Final Fantasy 7 to 9, the Breath of Fire series, Suikoden, Legend of Dragoon, Final
Oh,
Fantasy
Legend of Dragoon.
yeah, Final Fantasy Tactics, Tactics Ogre, Vagrant Story, a lot. There was just a lot of RPGs, and
Oh yeah.
explanation is pretty simple. Games back then were still quite pricey, so to easily pull a buyer. Okay, and we're okay. Nothing happened. Alright, so like I was saying, a lot of games back then, to justify their price tag, they had to make the games really long. And for those who have played Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, pretty sure y'all can remember how much hours you've spent, even without the secret stuff like the best weapon for every character, the secret bosses, and whatnot. Even just the base game, from start to finish, if you're not speedrunning it with glitches, it took a while. Had a good amount of time to. You had to spend a good amount of time to even clear that thing. Oh,
Hey Sue, welcome.
hello.
Sorry, you might
Thank.
have be having some internet issues.
Yeah, no, no, I am.
Oh, okay.
I am not.
Sorry.
Yeah, don't worry. You're good. Thank you for the follow too. Highly appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
during
violence.
that time, fighting games as a genre were still in the arcade, slowly transitioning into consoles. But yeah, at the time, it was still very centered in the whole roots of the arcade. Didn't move outside of that. Now here we are, and just about every fighting game, even though it's still very arcadey when it's marketed as an esport, in the gaming market, it's still a very like console-y game. But of course, we will discuss this later. There are some outdated design choices when it comes to fighting games, but that'll come later. Okay. So next question: did you play any genre of games prior to fighting games, or was it your first foray into video games?
For me, I actually owned the like first Nintendo. I have a little brother, so he got like a Nintendo for Christmas. So I remember playing like anybody remember Super Mario Brothers with a Duck Hunt gun? So I was pretty much Nintendo, and then going to the arcade. I discovered Tekken, and pretty much after Nintendo, we got a PlayStation. So that's pretty much it. It was like I was a big fan of just fighting games and RPGs. Those are what I really enjoy playing.
Hmm. Oh, wow. So you started with a Super Nintendo?
I had actually no, I had actually the first Nintendo, the
Oh,
very
as
first
in
one they
the
made.
NES, just the
Yeah, the
NES?
NES. I'm sorry. Yeah, NES.
Damn. Cool.
Yep. So we played like the old school, those really old Nintendo games, and then we got a PlayStation, and pretty much like I just remember as a kid playing like Super Mario Brothers and Tekken.
Dope, dope. Well, my very first foray to video games was actually Super Mario 64. Because the first console we ever got
Uh,
was a Nintendo 64. And I played a lot. Two games. There were two games I played the hell out of. One was Star Fox, which
I remember that.
saddens me every time I say it because I love that game, but my god, Nintendo doesn't know how to handle it. I'm crossing my fingers for another Star Fox title, but at this point, I'd rather they focus on Legend of Zelda, Bayonetta, and Metroid. Those three titles. Like, so far they've been kicking ass with Mario, so they have no worries about that as a brand or franchise. But yeah, I started with Super Mario 64. Then when the PlayStation came out, I started with the first game I played on that console was Crash Bandicoot. Then,
Oh,
yep, platformer, still a platformer. Then around that time, yeah, my brother Nari introduced me to Tekken. But yeah, my first foray into video games was a platformer, and of course it was Mario.
yes, same.
Okay, next question. So, do you miss the arcade environment of fighting games, or do you think we've moved past that? And I understand, like, as someone who's been to Japan several times, it does sadden me whenever I see a picture of Akihabara, and I'm like, where's the Sega building? It's so weird! So weird not seeing the Sega building anymore.
Yeah, unfortunately, even in Tokyo, they do have in Akihabara this one like old arcade that has a bunch of like retro old games like Capcom versus SNK, like old school Street Fighter. They have those games, but yeah, for the most part, I feel arcades they're just not profitable anymore. Everybody plays online.
Yeah.
And like with me, my experience with arcades was kind of like they were being like a bowling alley or something like that. So I really have too much interaction with them as a kid. Like I didn't really go to local arcade. I was more of a at-home console player.
Uh,
So,
and of course, when you say arcade and you're in like the West, mostly it's just games and not that many crane games. But if anyone
mm,
has been to an arcade, not just in Japan but even in Southeast Asia, it's basically a mini entertainment theme park.
yeah.
So you have borderline casino games, borderline, and of course rhythm games like DDR, Drum Mania, Gitadora, Guitar Freaks, the washing machine, maybe a few U-beat machines, and then you have the traditional arcade games, fighting games, racing games, a couple of light gun games like Time Crisis, House of the Dead, etc. And oddly enough, when you think of some arcade titles, Time Crisis, House of the Dead, racing games like Initial D, Maximum Tune, they exist almost solely in the arcade. Time Crisis 5 is a thing, yeah, I am aware of that. I've played it in Quantum and Time Zone several times. But you think about how, wow, as a genre of arcade games, there's not really much room for evolution, so to speak, which is really sad because Time Crisis and light gun games in particular have been really really fun to play. But as a peripheral, like I had a PS2 and I remember getting a gun con just to play Time Crisis 2 on that thing, and it was hella fun. But I'm just like, how is this feasible in the long run? Could you imagine buying a no, not Nintendo Switch, because Nintendo Switch, or rather Nintendo consoles, have motion controls down to a T, so they know how to do it. But could you imagine buying a PlayStation 5 or an Xbox and you're like, oh, I want to play House of the Dead. Good luck, because controllers don't have the proper motion controls you need to simulate a gun. And you're like, back then, well, GunCon wasn't that expensive. And then nowadays, peripherals being so expensive. I mean, a freaking controller for a pair of Joy-Cons will cost you upwards of about close to $70 or $80, and the PS5 controller is around the same price. So imagine all of the sophisticated technology you'd need for a light gun and the price, and it's just to play one game. Not very feasible or marketable as something you'd sell nowadays. But yeah, I would say that there is something special about the whole arcade environment, People watch, especially when it comes to fighting games, you have people putting their quarters in a slot to like, yeah, I'm next after you lose. People watching over your shoulder, you're like, oh, you're doing it wrong. Or people amazed, like, yo, you know that combo too? Or you bring out that one character nobody uses. Yo, that person just brought out freaking character nobody uses. Holy shit. Or, of course, people who play Tekken. When you see a Tekken machine in an arcade, flip a coin. If it's heads or tails. Heads, it's a capo. Tail, it's not a capo. Right? It's either Eddie or Christie or not Eddie or Christie. It's one of the two. But yeah, what's your take on it? Do you miss the whole arcade thing? And do you think we've moved past that?
Yeah, we've definitely moved past it. I think online gaming is it's so popular with the younger generation.
It's more accessible,
I mean,
too.
yeah, very more accessible. Like, not everybody has cars. I mean, at least, like, nowadays, like, people sometimes, they just don't go outside as much, kids. And then everybody's kind of, like, paranoid with danger, and especially because of what happened with Corona,
Yeah.
I just don't see it happening. But it's a shame because, like you were just saying, like, some games, they're not going to translate to consoles at all. Like, because, like, that's the thing, like beat 'em ups, and there's game genres that you would see in the arcade, and I've never seen it on a console. It's kind of fortunate fighting games can be played on consoles. So, yeah. But, like, I do remember as a kid watching this, like, older kid be really good at Tekken. Because, like, I know when I would play against the AI, I could never I'm a kid, like, I must be, like, 7 or 8. I'm not the smartest kid. I'm not getting how it works. I could get past, like, maybe stage 4 or 5, and I would watch this kid get all the way over to face Heihachi, the final boss, and he had a king, and he would, like, just beat him, basically. And I just remember being amazed as a kid. Like, we all just watch him, like, he's so good! But, yeah.
And, of course, it was the arcade scene that introduced that whole rivalry and territory mentality when it came to fighting games, like East versus West, Japan versus America. Like, every arcade... Now, I wouldn't say it's as widespread here in Asia, but I know for a fact in America it's a big deal. Like, every arcade scene has that one player who is like, I am the king of Tekken in this freaking arcade. You want to be the best, you gotta beat me first. Now, I gotta say, that is very cool and intimidating at the same time. And to be fair, it was that whole superior rivalry mentality that did foster Battle for the Bay, which we now know as EVO. And thank God for arcades. Thank God for arcade era of fighting games, because without it, honestly, I don't think we'd ever have EVO.
Yeah, that's true. That's definitely where the competition came from.
Yeah, because again, the whole just when you get inside an arcade, you see a lot of cabinets, a lot of people playing, you know something's up. And I forgot where I heard it or read it, but when you enter an arcade, especially back in the day, there's just this kind of electricity in the air that you cannot describe. But like you feel like you're in a domain of the elite of the elite, and you're just like, I want a fraction of what they have. I want to learn their shit. I want to watch their shit because something is gonna happen that words cannot describe. And of course, one of the more famous types of moments like that did happen was Daigo's very famous win streak in Darkstalkers in Japan. And in fact, he won so much that he went past the win count. I think the game had a limit of like, yeah, we can only count 128 wins, by the way. If not that, the only reason why he broke his win streak broke was because the arcade had to close. So like, wow. And unfortunately, because arcades are practically dying right now, we're not gonna see that record broken anytime soon, for sure. And in Japan, arcades are being replaced with crane game arcades. Now again, I'm not
Yeah.
against that
Yeah.
because as someone who has tried crane games in Japan, and again, people in chat are like, crane games are a scam. Not the ones in Japan. The ones in Japan actually want you to win.
Yep.
Now, just to give you an example, there was this boxed Evangelion figure of Asuka, a really nice one, and I won it on like my fifth try. And on my fifth try, let's see, it was for a box fig. Usually, it costs you $5 for 3 tries. Then I tried two more. That's about 150 yen each, so that's 30. That's $3. So it took me $8 to get that box fig. So in pesos, that's 400 pesos for an Asuka box figure. That's not bad.
Yeah, the
And
figures in the UFO machines, they're really nice.
they're really nice. The prices are actually worth getting.
Yeah.
And when I got home, I'm like, crap, my shelf is full of figs. I don't know where to put this. So I asked my friend, it's like, you know someone who'll buy this? It's like, I'll buy it. I'll take it off your hands. I'm like, how much? 5K. 5K pesos is roughly $100. I'm like, you sure? It's like, yeah, dude. Yeah, I'll buy it off your hands for $100. I sold it and I checked the price. Like, whoa, it is roughly like 5,000, 6,000 pesos, $120, and I got it for literally $8 off of a crane game.
Yeah, like during the when they started releasing Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba figures, like
Oh
some of the
yeah,
people would get them from the UFO machines, and then they would like sell them in Akihabara for like $100 for like a Nezuko figure. Something
yep.
that you could get it if you're good at the crane machines, you could get that for about like $10, and they're selling
And
it for like 100 and something.
yep, which
Yeah.
is why most crane game arcades in Japan have a limit. For like the day, you can only win one prize in one machine, which is understandable as to why, because people will abuse that shit.
Yeah, like when you see
People
like
will
a
abuse that
$100
shit.
Nezuko figures, it's just like what's going on, and that's like the only figures they have available for her, and that was like that. Nowadays you can get her much cheaper, but yeah, there was a time where it was literally if you want a Nezuko figure, you either have to get it from the machine or you're gonna pay a lot of money for it.
Yep. All right. Now, I will agree with you that we have definitely moved past the arcade era, which is sad to see. But there are some genres that are going to be affected by it, and this is also why I'm worried. Another is rhythm games. Now, as someone who has played DDR, Drum Mania,
Ah,
Guitar Freaks, Guitar Hero, DJ Max, U-Beat, rhythm games are something that's really, really fun to play, but sadly, not all of them translate well in the console era. Of course, you have exceptions like Rock Band and Guitar Hero, which have, I would say, quite affordable peripherals. Usually, they're bundled with the game anyway. But like, um, having a DDR pad and a DDR machine is completely different. Having emulating DJ Max Technica on an iPad or a touchscreen compared to having the whole machine, very different. And there are some rhythm games that have survived without having to be in an arcade, like of course Project Diva, and then you have a lot of mobile rhythm games that are still hella fun to play, and of course DJ Max. And on Steam, one of the most played rhythm games is Muse Dash, which I myself play. It's hella fun. You can play with a keyboard or a controller, that's totally fine. But yeah, other than the traditional keyboard and controller type, rhythm games are gonna be a bit samey for a while unless there is a way to innovate it. And honestly, the only gate preventing people from playing something like Beat Saber is getting a VR set, which again, it's not, I wouldn't say cheap, but playing games with a VR set that has so many factors you have to consider. Like, is your VR set even compatible? And what is the minimum requirement for the motion controls or the hand motion signatures to kick in? Like, how will that affect your experience or the accuracy of your movements, etc.? So yeah, that's gonna be one of the things that will affect the gaming industry once the arcade scene has truly died. I would say it's not dead yet, but it's on its way there, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's on its last legs. Yeah. And like there is a desire for like rhythm games, because have you guys heard of like Osu? That's really popular. Yeah, that's super popular, and it's just clicking your mouse. So I don't think the genre will necessarily disappear. I just think it's going to be something else. But then again, when you see Dance Dance Revolution in an arcade, and you have that kid that's so talented at that game and is doing like backflips on the pad, you can't beat that on a console. You know, you can't do that at home. You need to have that atmosphere.
Now, I'll share a story. There was the hand version of DDR where instead of using your feet, you use your hands. Now, I was in Baguio, mountain province, a mountain city, a really nice place in the Philippines. And the one big arcade we have, I saw this girl just play that rhythm game, and she turns her back on the machine. I'm like, what the fuck is she doing? She played the song with her back facing the screen, and I'm like, what? And she was doing like really nice moves. She's not just like, you know, waving her hands and shit. No, she was doing like choreographed stuff. I'm like, how many hours does she play every day? Oh
yeah, like that's arcade stuff.
That's arcade stuff.
Yeah, Osu is, I know, it's not just like clicking. One of my friends likes to play that, and I've seen him stream it, play it. It's crazy the skill he has at it. But, you know, when you compare just, like, using a mouse to, like, what he just described, somebody turning their back to the machine and doing the song, it's a different vibe, you know?
It's
different
wild.
Vibe.
Or the craziest thing, the more advanced DDR machines, there's this mode where you're a single player, but you use both pads. I'm like, huh? You're using both of the floors? Why? Because why not? It's a challenge.
Yeah, I feel like that.
Alright, so last question before we move on to the intermission. So, are there any fighting game franchises that you have played before, but you dropped or you stopped playing, be it temporarily or permanently?
Like, when I first started streaming, I started streaming Dead or Alive, and I actually love Dead or Alive. I actually had the first game, oh hi Grumpy, I had the first game on the PlayStation, and then I had Dead or Alive 2 on PlayStation 2, and I played that game so much. But I stopped playing Dead or Alive 6 because the player base is, like, non-existent. And plus, Tekken is just so big and there's so much stuff going on, so I switched. But I've been willing to still play that game. However, the fighting game franchise I don't see myself ever really playing a game, and I think it's, like, they're not going to make another one, is Soul Calibur.
Ooh,
I liked Soul Calibur too. And I know they had a Soul Calibur on Steam like available, but it never got super cheap. And I've heard the player base is pretty much like Dead or Alive. It's gone. So that's probably the one I don't see myself playing again. But and also big fan of like modern Street Fighter. Like I played Street Fighter Alpha 3 back in the day and I loved that. But after like Street Fighter 4, Street Fighter 5, that one doesn't appeal to me. I'm willing to try Street Fighter 6 if they do that kind of what they did with Street Fighter 5 where you can get the base game very cheap and kind of test it out. But I don't see myself getting like hardcore into that like I am with like King of Fighters or Strive or like Tekken still. Yeah, so that's for me.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Let's see. For me, a lot of the games that I don't play, it's just because the developers either don't know what to do with it or don't give a crap about it anymore. One of my favorite Street Fighter titles of all time is Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. The music was great.
That's a good one.
The animations were great. The character art was really great. Everything about that game was great. And although there were a lot of broken shit in that game, like Yun's Genei-jin, like, oh my god, don't even get me started with that super. The parry system in that game, of course, I can't say that without mentioning Evo Moment 37.
Oh, yeah.
But, outside of Evo Moment 37, the Daigo parry, parrying in that game was the true test of skill and risk. Because you're thinking like, okay, most games that have a parry system, what do? Well, most games, you have to block at the right time. So, what's the risk? Well, you risk blocking instead of parrying, which is not that bad. In Smash Ultimate, there is a parry system. And when you parry, you have to drop your shield. So what's the risk? If you drop your shield late, well, you just blocked an attack and that's it. You didn't parry. If you drop the shield early, you might get hit instead of parrying. So the risk is 50-50. Not bad. But in Street Fighter 3, to parry an attack, 4 out of 30 frames, which is already a slim margin, you have to tap forward. Forward is not blocking, because blocking is literally the other way. You have to press back to block. So if you try to parry a move and you mistimed it, you will get hit. So the risk is really huge, but the reward is also huge, because you can make a quote-unquote safe move punishable, and better yet, you will get some super meter just for doing that. Yep. But outside, okay, other games, Darkstalkers. Oh my god. I played Darkstalkers a lot. And ironically, there is one fighting game in PlayStation 1 that I did play that, in my opinion, I think I've played more than Tekken 3. Frickin' Rival Schools.
Yeah, like, I gotta be honest, I almost played Street Fighter 5 again because they brought Akira in there. I was like, they got Akira from Rival.
They got Akira. I was like, I know that motorcycle helmet.
I was like, are you for real? Like, I was like, do these kids even know who she is?
But like,
yeah, that was a good game.
Rival Schools Rival Schools didn't just have, in my opinion, for its time, I think it's the best bang for your buck fighting game, because other than the traditional story arcade versus mode, it had a lot of mini. Okay, and we are back, chat. So,
okay, just in time.
Yep, just in time. So, like I was saying, outside of the traditional game modes you'd find even in today's fighting games, now, Rival Schools, as it suggests, is a school setting. And there's this one particular school where their theme is literally, we have nothing but sports jocks in this school. And, like, a lot of the mini-games, like 3 of the mini-games were centered around that. You had a penalty kick mini-game, you had a baseball minigame. You had a volleyball minigame,
I
which
remember
was
that
hella
one.
fun.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, this is a fighting game, but this is still hella fun to do. Why? Because it's something other than fighting, but it's just really fun because I love the characters in this game.
Yeah, and I
Like,
remember I actually played Rival Schools in the arcade. That was a game I remember
yeah, that
seeing in
was
the
also in the
arcade.
arcade. And one of
Yeah.
my mains, freaking Natsu, hilariously, she is the tallest member of the school team from that school. And she's a volleyball player. I'm like, yo. Like, I compare her to the leader of that team, which is Shoma, the baseball player. And I forgot the name of the goalkeeper, but I'm just like, holy shit, she is tall. She is very tall. I like it. But yeah, Rival Schools was really something else, and I really hope, but I'm not surprised that we haven't heard of any future titles. No, maybe one day, but who knows? Only Capcom
Kira in
knows.
Street Fighter, maybe they might do something. You never know. They might do
Maybe
something.
it was a test. Like, how many people actually uh, know this girl? How many of them want a Rival Schools game?
Yeah.
Secret, a lot.
Yeah, it's
A lot of people
surprising.
do. Let's see. So I mentioned Darkstalkers and Rival Schools. I have dabbled in Dead or Alive, of course. Okay. So yeah, you were saying PK?
I was saying, I find Dead or Alive actually does have a good like combat system. It's really fun and it's really unique compared to other fighting games.
Would you like to
But
explain it for chat? For those who don't know it outside of core values.
it's pretty much it's like the ultimate like kind of rock paper scissors game. You know, you have like a attack, like a punch kick, and then a hold and a throw, and they all kind of counter each other. So that
Oh
game, like
yeah.
at top level play, kind of becomes like how good you are as being like unreadable for your opponent. Because I do find that like high level Tekken players, it's kind of easy to figure them out because of how Tekken is, because Tekken's more technical than high level DOA players. Because it literally just becomes that they're just like inside my head and they know what I'm gonna do before I do it or something.
Hmm.
Also, it's like it was really hard. I found like top level players from there harder to actually beat, or like more of a hassle to like figure out what they're doing compared to like high level Tekken players.
I mean, it's literally rock paper scissors.
Yeah,
What is the pattern? You don't fucking know
yep.
because it's rock paper scissors.
Yeah, like they're just really good at like I guess really good at controlling their character and like reading kind of what you're gonna do, like
But I
really picking
mean,
up patterns and things.
if you were in a rock paper scissors tournament and you're against someone who's like, this person used rock against me twice in a row, there's no way they're gonna use rock again on the third they use rock, you use scissors because you're an idiot. You're like, fuck.
It be like it's all head games, but it's I gotta say the graphics on that game are really good. They
Oh
have like
yeah,
really beautiful graphics and attack animations.
of course they have to. They
Yeah,
really need really good graphics to bring out the core values.
exactly,
Yep.
exactly. All
Okay,
right, we
we're back.
back. We
Yep. So
back.
PK, you were saying something about.
Okay, I
Hang
think we're
on,
back. We're good.
let's respect the wake up frames.
Respect the wake up frames.
Yep, respect the wake
Yeah.
up frames. Let
All right.
them do their wake up move. Okay, they
Oh,
just stood up. Okay, we're good.
all right. Yeah, I was saying like there was a lot of creativity in fighting games. Like they just did whatever. Like they made it Dead or Alive, which is very fan service. See, you have Bloody Roar, which people turn into animals and things.
Yeah.
Rival schools, you know, you have two schools fighting each other. And there's a bunch of other like just kind of games that maybe it was just a one game thing and they just were crazy.
Hmm.
Yeah.
If there's
Yep,
one
yep.
title, if there's one franchise that people forget that has been good and has always been very good, I wouldn't say stellar compared to the big three, which is Street Fighter, Tekken, and Guilty Gear. Man, I would have added Smash there, but well, Nintendo being Nintendo, like, nope, you're not having Smash and Evo.
Mm.
My
And I feel like Guilty Gear's kind of Strive has made them mainstream. Because
yeah,
Guilty Gear was always kind of like it was. If you liked anime fighters, was a big one. And I had an older Guilty Gear game for PSP, but it was never. I always felt like it was like Street Fighter, Tekken, and like Mortal Kombat were like the fighting games everybody do. And then
actually
people
no.
who
The
were
third
into them.
game always changed based on which 2D fighter that wasn't Street Fighter was kicking ass. But normally it's Street Fighter, Tekken, and then you choose is Marvel
Yeah.
vs. Capcom kicking
Oh
ass.
yeah, Marvel vs. Capcom. Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
one. That was the big
usually it's
one.
Marvel vs. Capcom taking that spot.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
y'all
that's
remember MVCI, and we're not gonna talk about that anymore because that title does not exist. Okay, that is a fictional thing. But yeah, like people forget that Mortal Kombat, even until today, as a fighting game, has really a lot of value into it. Other than the traditional three modes arcade, story versus, be it local versus or online versus, it had a lot of other side content. You have the
yeah.
crypt, you have the towers, you have the challenges, um, and even in the older Mortal Kombat games, you had that really funny mode. I forgot I forgot the name, but like every Mortal Kombat title had that one gimmicky mode unique to that title, and the one right now, which is the crypt, is pretty cool. Like it's not groundbreaking or anything, but it's cool. But I will say that the reason why most fighting games are like this is because of the side effect of online play being a thing. So now online play has definitely been a very big win for fighting games because now a lot of people can interact with those outside their area or their country. And I mean, just to give an example, I would not have known about Blue without online play, and I definitely would have not known about PK were it not for online play.
Yeah, same, same.
Precisely. So that's the one major um, good thing, great thing that online services have provided for fighting games. But the big minus that it has done is that just about every developer or publisher is more focused on it's a two-step thing. It's very easy. You get people to buy the game first, and then you regularly release content so they spend more money. It has been like that ever since online thing was introduced. Now I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying that there is a proper way to do it and there is a wrong way to do it. I would say locking quality of life updates behind DLC, that is scummy. That is bad. The way you design characters when it comes to DLC, there should be no such thing, and people who play Tekken know this word. It's called DLC power. DLC power. That should not be a thing, but it is a
Pay to
thing.
win, Tekken.
It is. I hate to say it, but it is. And I'm not even gonna talk about Leroy. I don't have to talk about Leroy.
Yeah, Leroy
I will
was.
just compare the worst character of Tekken 6 and arguably one of the best characters of Tekken 7. Zafina. Zafina was useless in 6. She was so bad. And then you're like, huh? How is she so bad? She's so good in Tekken 7. You look at the systems in Tekken 7. Power Crush. Her freaking scarecrow stance 4 Oh my god, how many times have you gotten hit by that and you're just like, oh my god, right, that's a power crush. It's a mid power crush too, so you're like, ugh. And it also launches, by the way.
Yeah,
And
it's
I'm
like
not saying that's
Cooney's Power Crush.
Cooney's power crush too. I mean, I'm not the only one talking about it. I mean, when I watched a video by the main man a couple days ago, he talked about one of the most broken and most OP moves in the game. In the honorable list, he put Cooney's back too. And I'm like,
Yeah.
wait, why? Like, I know why, but why? There, he said that there's a slight high crush to it. I'm like, wait, there is, right? If you try to jab that, you will
This
either get wall splatted or counter hit tailspin, and I'm just like, oh my god, right? This is a
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. I don't know if he's still watching, but yeah, we had in my community like Cage. He pretty much rage quit Tekken over like a Cooney back to Power Crush bullshit. Yeah, it's
Because
like
back to in of itself, like if you don't look at the other properties, it's a pretty standard power crush. Because there are some power crushes that do the screw attack animation, but like then of course he has the properties of a power crush being it's in you have power armor, you have super armor for a couple of frames after it comes out, and it's countered by grabs. But the thing is, Kuni's back two is so fast, it's very rare that a grab will even hit it before the back two hits the grab. And as you said, it has weird high crush properties or jab dodging properties at least. I'm just like, whoa, wait a minute, that's weird. And on paper, arguably, I would say, other than Launch Leroy, even after the nerfs, I would say the most busted DLC character is Fakumram by far.
he's got a weird hitbox and range. Like
It's
I
not.
labbed him a bit, so I'm more comfortable with the matchup. But yeah, I had to actually lab him. He's one of the few characters I labbed extensively. Like I believe the DLC can be countered, but at the same time, you don't want to make it like pay to win, where you just have these overpowered characters that kind of don't really. That's kind
Here's
of
the
unfair
thing.
to the older characters.
In my opinion, if I wanted to balance a fighting game or competitive game, I will not nerf. I will buff instead.
Yeah, I agree, 100%.
Usually. And DLCs are supposed to either match or set a new bar. They're not supposed to be the outlier, and unfortunately, Fakumram is. And like Kunimitsu, other than some of her moves being obviously DLC power, she is, I would say, pretty balanced.
Yeah, like the thing with did it cut off again? Wait, I'm to Discord.
Hmm?
Okay,
What?
second I thought I didn't hear you.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. So like Kunimitsu as a character, still very like loyal to her first iteration and her later iteration Tekken Tag. And of course, they just made more moves fit her whole ninja aesthetic, which is cool. And of course, I would say she has one of the most broken rage drives. I think it's only not the only reason why I wouldn't say it is broken is because Marduk's rage drives exist.
Oh yeah,
Marduk's
it's
rage drive definitely is the
although
most busted one.
Cooney's power. This is how good Cooney's power crush is. It makes Marduk's rage drive not an issue, apparently.
Yeah, because for that move, Marduk is mid-air, so he'll get screwed. And it's a power crush, and it's a one-hit rage drive. But we'll have to see if it still transitions into mount, but I think it shouldn't. But again, that's only a think. We won't really know unless we lab it. But yeah, the problem with Fakumram is that, and Leroy, but Fakumram in particular, is that both Fakumram and Leroy have a unique gimmick that no other character has. And that's what it is, a gimmick. Now, I'm not talking about the gimmick of Geese, Akuma, and Noctis, where they have the 2D jump, or Eliza as well. No, I mean, again, see, they're not the only ones with that gimmick. It's not only Geese that has the 2D jump gimmick. Uh, Noctis has it, Eliza has it, Akuma has it. But Leroy and Fakrumram have character unique gimmicks. If you're gonna do that, if you want to truly balance, you need to either make it so situational or give every character a character unique gimmick, which is obviously harder to do. But you just look at Leroy's cane. Leroy's cane is an item move that you can do once per match. It's safe on block. It forces, like, it's not even it doesn't even force you on crouch. It just it's plus on block, and it's a really good launch. And I'm just like, it's an item move that's really long range. Like, I get it, but he has a cane. Yeah, that's fine, but I mean, Huarag has a motorcycle. You don't see him using a motorcycle move like he's Dante from DMC5 now, do you?
He's got like those motorcycle stores out of nowhere. Like
Dragunov has a tank. You don't see him bringing a tank out of nowhere. Jin has the Devil Gene. You don't see him doing Devil Jin moves all of a sudden. I don't see that. Like, lore-wise, it makes sense why he would, but for balance reasons, he can't. That makes sense. But you have Fakumram and Leroy, who, like, lore-wise, they have this thing about them that stands above the rest. Let's make it a mechanic. Like, what the heck? And of course, Fakumram's most busted mechanic, which is why, in my opinion, he's the most busted character in Tekken, is his freaking Stun Crush.
Yeah.
The Stun Crush. You're like, just react to it. Problem. If you react late, you get counter-hitted, which is bad. If you respect it too much and your back is on the wall splat. Yeah. And what is Fakuram infamous for? Wall damage. His wall combo damage is nuts.
He hurts.
He hurts really bad. And I'm just like, don't other characters have that? Doesn't Kunimitsu have? She does, but what does she have to do? It has a visual effect and a sound cue. You can react to it. You can duck. You can duck to that. Her forward 1+2, I think. It's an unblockable. Now, as an unblockable, unblockables have innate weaknesses, usually being only high or really slow. If they are fast, it's something you can duck. If it's slow, it's something you can react to or sidestep. But because Fakumram is not a true unblockable, like you can block it, but, you know, it's not really an unblockable if your back is against the wall, it means that it is fast and it is hard to see. And his grunt for that is shared amongst other moves. So you cannot just like condition yourself when you hear that grunt, you're like, oh, it's gonna be his charged 4. Not all the time. There are some characters where you use an audio cue to react. Like, for example, Alisa's new Power Crush, which comes from Fly. I think it's Fly 1+2. She says, Shine, really high-pitched. When you hear that, you'll crouch. Not many moves in that stance have that. So, I don't think any move in that, in the fly stance have that. So you're like, oh, she's flying? Okay, if I hear Shine, it's gonna be the high crush. It's gonna be the power crush. I'm gonna duck it. But for Fakumram, literally, the grunt he does for that move is not only for that move, it's for other moves as well. And I'm just like, how do you even deal with that? You might say, don't get caught in the wall, or if you're in a tournament setting, lose the first round, pick an endless stage. Pick a wall-less stage.
I've seen that against Fox.
Yeah, but Fakumram is also pretty good on wall-less stages, so...
It's like his range kind of messed me up a lot.
His legs are long, so he hits pretty far.
And that stun thing he has, I'm like, that's so dumb. But
alright, that's the end of part 1. So we're now in the intermission. Now, chat, I'm just gonna talk here with PK about fighting game related stuff, not really serious stuff. But if you want to ask us anything related, please don't hesitate to leave questions in the chat.
Yeah. I just want to say thank you to like people from my community because I was advertising this on Twitter and Discord. Thank you guys for just popping in saying hi. I saw toilet paper with this gifted sub.
Yeah, I saw that. I want
You
to
and
shout that out
Kate.
as well.
Saw
Grumpy
Grumpy,
Galaxy,
so
thank you
thank
for
you
the
guys.
follow. And of
Oh,
course,
Grumpy, yeah.
Toilet Paper, thank you for the gifted sub to Tsu. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Highly appreciate it.
Yeah.
Alright, now, one thing I will ask, what made you main Kazumi? Because as a Kazumi main, I need to know what made you main Kazumi.
Well, okay, like I'll go back to now. Basically went like a while. Like the last Tekken I kind of played a lot was Tekken 5 on my PSP, and I played Nina a bit. I played Lily, but I didn't get so much into it. So in Tekken 7, I wanted to main Nina again because that's my girl. But her mechanics were so different, and Tekken 7, it was a lot more like okay. If you played Tekken 3, I felt Tekken 3 was pretty more basic with the moves. Like the combos aren't as extensive.
Yep.
Like Nina didn't have any butterfly loops or anything. So it was just, she was like really hard. So what happened was like when I was playing the game, I come across Kazumi as a final boss in the arcade, and I think the character design is so beautiful. So I just kind of tested her out in the lab, and I liked her. I liked how she felt. She kind of reminded me a little bit of like it's like a Mishima style, and I like that. I used to play Tekken 3 Jin, and I loved playing Tekken 3 Jin. He was awesome. But yeah, what happened was I ended up seeing the thing with Arslan Ash did when he won the tournament with her, Evo Japan, and I'm like, to play Kazumi more, so that's kind of where I stuck with her. And like because now I'm more familiar with Tekken, I'm playing more Nina because I'm used to it. But that's pretty much why I picked Kazumi. Yeah. And I love her. I really hope she comes back in Tekken 8, but lore-wise she's dead, so we're gonna have to see.
Yep. Oh wait, hang on. I have to answer a phone call real quick.
Alright. You on the phone. Well, how are you guys doing, chat? Sorry for all the IP disconnects.
Okay. As for me, let's see. My first main in Tekken 7, and this was during arcade, because Tekken 7 hasn't released in console yet. I mained 3 characters. One of my staple mains, outside of Paul, King. My friend told me that, you know that King got buffed? I'm like, huh? How? Oh, easy. He told me, for Tekken 7, they toned down everyone's movement. And immediately, the gears in my head, I'm like, oh, wait, they nerfed everyone's movement? Yes. And I'm like, oh, shit, this is good for me as a King main. Yep. I was able to link up a lot of moves. A lot of his pokes would hit a lot more often now. Like his DF1 and DF2. It tracks a lot better now because everyone's movement got nerfed. Then Asuka was also a main, and no, I did not spam parry too much. But I generally liked her Oki game in Tekken 7, especially after just a normal tailspin. As for Kazumi, of course, she's very infamous for her down forward 1 having a really insanely long range and being really good as a poke. But
yeah, and it's been nerfed.
Yeah, it was nerfed, but it's still a great move.
Yeah, it's still good though. It still works.
Good move. But if there's one move that I think they nerfed too hard, it's her back 2.
Yeah. I really just use that for like in a combo.
The back 2 though, before, I would rather poke with back 2 than down forward 1. There are many reasons why. First off, the back 2 on hit was a ballerina spin. Which means that it's not like getting hit by a down forward 1, where you kind of know when you're gonna recover and you can, as a person who gets hit, you're like, okay, I can do something. With a ballerina spin, you're like, fuck. We can.
Yeah, it's.
Yep, they're still on your ass.
Mhm.
And worst part, and I understand this nerf. If you back to someone and their back is on the wall, it's a wall splat. A tracking mid, because it has that white effect for tracking
Homing,
moves.
yep.
Yep, it's a homing mid that is safe on block, ballerina spin on hit, and wall splat if they are near a wall. I understand why they nerfed that, but I was like, either take out the ballerina spin or the wall splat. Sure, take out one, but come on, not both. And honestly, I would have preferred they took out the wall splat over the ballerina spin, because that was just way too good.
Yeah.
And for those who are like, how does that work? It's the same philosophy they did when they nerfed Dragunov's down 2. Down 2 used to force you on crouch. Might not look like a big deal, but if you look at how some characters have very bad moves when they are crouched, it would suck a lot if you just took a down 2. And again, there is a certain philosophy in Tekken. If it's an unseeable low, just take it. And down 2 is one of those. Down 2 is one of Dragunov's down 2, or of course Hashi, Kazumi and Heihachi's Hashi. Although although Heihachi's hits harder and is just a tad faster, you'd rather take that instead of taking a forward 2 or Kazumi's down forward 2 instead. You'd rather just take the low. Problem is, Dragunov's down 2, because it dealt less than 20 damage, they could give it a lot faster. They can make it come out a lot faster and camouflage the move because it's a weak move and it's a low. Which means Dragunov will get punished if they block, but if they don't, like, we have to give Dragunov something. And the something that they gave that move was force the opponent on crouch. And rightfully, they nerfed that by making sure that opponents don't get forced to crouch after that move anymore. But yeah, and then here's the problem. Dragunov is a base character, and then there are some DLC characters that have really great lows, and I'm just like, what's the punishment for them if we block it?
Yeah.
Like,
But then Dragunov was nerfed too. He was like one of the best characters in T7.
yeah,
now he's
he
just like normal.
Yeah, he's
I used to have
just
issues with Dragunov when I was first playing. Like, he would mess me up, and now it's not. I just learned to play against him, so it's not as much of a problem.
He's much more manageable now.
Yeah. Jump King.
Yep, Noah was playing Jump King. Man, Tekken 7. There's probably not gonna be any Season 5 anymore, right?
They're done with Tekken 7. I mean, like, I'm surprised that Street Fighter 5 got a final update, because I thought they were done with that one. But Tekken 7, they seem to just be... I believe they're working on Tekken 8, or they just decided to put all the effort in the anime. But yeah, that's it. That's the game.
I'm pretty sure
that's
that's because of the new packages they did in Steam, where you have the definitive and the original edition. I'm like, yep, that should be it. That's a nail in the coffin. That, yep, this is the definitive, like, you want all the content, because we are literally done with all the content for Tekken.
Yeah. But the game is actually, it's still, like, for how long it's been out, it's still really popular. I mean, it has, like, for, like, a fighting game, it has a large player base on Steam. Like, I looked it up, and it's, like, getting about, like, 3,000. Like, average, which is pretty good.
Yeah, because, like, my friend and I discussed this before. If we take every fighting game in their best iteration, Tekken is still the best, in my honest opinion. So, like, if I were to take, in my opinion, the best iterations of each fighting game, so Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, Tekken 7, Guilty Gear Strive, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, arguably either KOF 13 or 15, I still think Tekken would be on the top of that list. It has the perfect balance of, like, it's fun to play, hella fun to watch, and hella hype.
Yep. Like, when I'm better now, but when I first started playing Tekken, besides Sekiro, it's the only game that's actually stopped my heart. Like, when you have that close match and it goes that slow-mo, and your heart starts skipping a beat, That's so intense. And the fact that like, and you watch it too, it's like you can watch it all day and you're not bored. And
Yeah,
like
you can definitely
they
watch
got the
Tekken all
formula
day.
down. Yeah, it's really good. Like they did an amazing job. I mean, it has its issues, but I feel like the pluses like way overdo the issues. And I feel like every game has a problem. Every fighting game has issues. And a lot of I feel like Tekken's issues now is because it's old. You know,
Yep.
they're not going to balance things. The net code is an old net code. You know, that's just how it is. I mean, if you're that salty at the game, it's time to play it less or kind of move on. Because you do have these new. I mean, there isn't any new 3D fighters right now, but there are two
Yeah.
new games like Strive and KOF with really good net codes that they're really good to learn. You know, they're really good
Yep.
to learn.
And again, like one thing that my friend described to me, who isn't even into fighting games, really loves watching Tekken 7 because it's almost like watching a real fighting match. Watching watching two people space themselves out, move around and not just spam projectiles or whatnot. It's quote unquote more exciting than watching people spam the same move in Street Fighter or Guilty Gear, and it does make sense.
Yeah, I have to admit, I find although I watch some really good KOF matches, I do find that, for example, Strive, I'd rather play Strive than watch it. If that makes sense. I
Yeah.
think it's fun. I love like Strive. It's so much fun to play, but watching it is like, I mean, if I'm watching my friends play, that's fun. But just watching like, okay, maybe tournament play, but just watching like a Strive, just somebody just play Strive, is kind of meh for
Like,
me. Like I
yeah,
could watch anybody play Tekken and just be there for the Tekken. But I feel like with Strive, if I watch like a Strive streamer, it's because I like the streamer. The game's just their kind of background, and I like to play game. I'll play Strive all day. Don't get me wrong.
oh
That's
yeah,
just kind of like my thing. So that's why I
like
can understand like Tekken.
yeah. When you
Like
see, when you even just see a Tekken match, you're just like, wait, I want to see how this goes.
yeah, it don't matter who it is. You just want to see people
You just
playing
want to
it.
hear how it goes because I don't know, just on first glance, you're already attracted to it. All right,
Yeah.
that was a brief intermission, but let's move on to part two. Okay, so Tekken is arguably itself a 2.5D, 3D genre of fighting games. Now, there is no shortage of 2D fighters, as we all know. But do you think Tekken will remain the only game in that genre? I mean,
If I,
an argument can be made that Soul Calibur is part of that, but like again, Soul Calibur's future is a big question mark right now. So
yeah, like if you just based on all the information we have right now, Tekken is like the 3D fighter. It's like kind of the only one right now that's still like relevant and like viable. Cause like you have like Dead or Alive, Virtual Fighter, and Soul Calibur. Soul Calibur may never exist. Dead or Alive, I believe they'll make one, but it's gonna be a while. Virtual Fighter, like Hirata-san himself says, they want them to make another Virtual Fighter, and I do like Virtual Fighter is a really good like gaming series, especially like competitive play. But it's just like Tekken's just been around so long. It's Tekken 7 is so refined, and like Hirata-san just knew how to make a good game, one that's like really appealing to casuals and pro players. I mean, you see like the tournament level play, like the whole story with Arslan Ash and stuff. That's a Tekken thing. You're not gonna see that in other games. And it's just like I feel like Tekken is so big that I don't see any game really surpassing it or getting close for a real long
not just
time.
that.
Like, yeah.
I would also say that as a scene, Tekken 7 has more prominent strong players than any other game.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean, in Street Fighter 5 right now, let's put Daigo out because he's nowhere near his prime anymore, but he's still like, if he's in the list of players, you better watch out for Daigo, that's for sure. But like, you'd see in any other fighting game, maybe one or three, really like, you have that one or two or three people when you're like, oh shit, it's GG if we're up against them. In Tekken 7, there's just so many, and it's not just in one region. Outside
Yeah,
of
it's
Ni,
crazy.
outside of just Ni, low high, and of course, although Ni, JDCR, low high, Kudans, you have people from Japan like Nobi, Yu. Even in the West, we have Anakin. What's that?
Like
Alisa name?
Cuddlecore.
Cuddlecore, yeah,
Yeah.
Cuddlecore. Jimmy J
Jimmy
arguably
H.
the
Tran.
best Brian in the world right now, I would say.
Mhm.
Um, I mean, in even in Southeast Asia, we have Thailand's Book. Philippines has AK and Dojin. Again, there are so many prominent top players in one scene. Like, that's another reason why Tekken tournaments are so exciting to watch. You're not just watching it for 1 or 3 people. You're watching it for at least 8 people.
Yeah,
Like, when you
it's
see the top 8 of Tekken, it is stacked like hell. You see a lot of big names in a top 8, like Tekken 7. But again, this is just my opinion. Compared to other fighting games, when I see a top 8, I'll see maybe 3 formidable names up there, and a couple of dark horses in the tournament. Dark horses in tournaments in Tekken 7 are rare, but when they happen, it's something magical, I gotta say. And
yeah.
of course, PK mentioned this an example. Arson Ash was definitely one of them. More recently, definitely Arson Ash's Cinderella story was insane because
Yeah, that's
he didn't just have to deal with Tekken, he had to deal with IRL stuff as well.
yeah,
Because
it's
he
crazy.
was they wouldn't allow him in the airport because he in his immigration stamp it listed him as he departed here. He was supposed to arrive elsewhere and whatnot, so it caused trouble. So he had to stay in the airport until they figured out how to deal with it. He was late for the tournament, so he was sleep deprived, hungry, literally all of the things you don't want to happen to you
Yeah,
in a
exactly.
tournament, and he still came out on top. And he
Yeah,
wasn't
basic.
fighting anyone. He was fighting. This is in Evo, Japan. He fought AK, arguably the best Tekken player in Philippines, and he beat him convincingly.
Yeah,
AK did AK did put up a good fight, but Arsenash was just better. And of course, to prove the naysayers that it was a fluke, he very scarily, convincingly beat Ni with Kazumi. And I'm just like, that, like, again, all respect to Ni, but his Kazumi just made Devil Chin look like he was nerfed
Rub.
to the ground. I was just like,
He's
oh
like, well,
my
what about your
god.
tier list?
What about your tier list? Like,
What was the S tier character? Whatever. He's D tier today.
but yeah, like,
Learn the matchup. Lost.
and again,
No.
one of my favorite moments in Tekken also is of course rank choose run, the low
Oh,
tier run,
Panda, I love that. I have respect for low tier like that. Yeah.
Yes, and like Rip himself said it. When he saw that Kudans lost, he knew that Ni was in trouble. Because Ni was ready for Kudans's Devil Chin, not for rank choose. Sorry, other
Killer
way around,
Panda.
sorry. Kudans was ready for Ni's Devil Chin, not
Yeah.
rank choose Panda. And Kudans
Yeah.
looked really lost, like, what the hell do I do against this panda, dude?
Yeah, I was like, Rachu, believe in your panda. Stop trying all these other characters. Play the panda, and he did.
Yeah, and he did. He tried Geese, didn't work out really well, even though
Yep.
Geese was really insanely high tier in that season. He
I mean,
just
yeah,
stuck
if you know
with
how
Panda.
you're doing with Geese, he's scary.
Geese is freaking scary. I love Geese, but Geese is scary.
Oh, I love Geese. I gotta say, I think he fit Tekken a lot better than Akuma.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
he
I
actually,
agree.
like,
He is the
even
most.
his like moveset, he fit Tekken. Akuma just had this kind of weird stuff that didn't really. He seemed alien in Tekken.
Yeah,
Whereas Geese could just seem as like a weird gimmicky character, but you know, I could literally see him as like a Tekken final boss.
yeah. Like
For real.
Geese is the most Tekken character out of the 2D characters we have in the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was just really cool to see that. Now, as for me, I honestly think Tekken will be the only game in that subgenre fighting games. I don't see any, because one thing, it's both a good reason and a bad reason. Netcode. every 2D fighter being developed right now is literally dependent on rollback netcode, which has been tried and tested 100 times over on a 2D game. Now, me and other Tekken content creators or even just casual players, we have been barking at Bamco for better netcode for Tekken. We're not even asking for rollback because, look, we like to meme like Tekken doesn't have rollback. Well, no shit. Tekken doesn't have rollback because it's not a 2D fighter. We don't know how rollback would work in Tekken's environment because they don't just move left and right. They move freaking sidestep left and sidestep right. You have to take into account how the hell is rollback going to take that into account. And again, we're not asking for rollback. We're just asking for better netcode. So that is one of the major things that Tekken is gonna have a problem dealing with. A lot of 2D fighters nowadays look so much more enticing to play simply because of netcode. That's it. It's just all about that juicy netcode.
Yeah, and about you saying about like the 3D, like I've seen the mod where they've been inside Tekken and they show you just how 3D it is, and that's crazy.
Oh,
like
yeah.
you just look at, you just like even when you're playing it, you're like, how did that hit, or the angles and the hitboxes. It's crazy how like 3D it really is. It's not. It's really it just blows my mind. I'm like, wow, that's like crazy how that's been developed like that.
Yep. So imagine rollback doing that. It's gonna be wonky.
Yeah. Yeah, because speaking of that, like I felt like Dead or Alive. Like if I was to say which one feels more 3D to me, I would say Tekken. Because Dead or Alive is a 3D game. Like you can move like around. I don't know what it is, like the 4-way movement or whatever. But when you're going up like two characters together, you don't feel like it feels like almost 2D characters fighting. Whereas Tekken, you can kind of see, oh, you're hitting the character at this angle. You're hitting this angle. You can tell like that. Whereas I always felt like Dead or Alive, it seems like a lot of stuff is just hitting it. Like, it looks like a 2D game almost.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Alright, next question. So, do you think the next Tekken title will be Tekken 8 or Tekken Tag 3? And whichever is, what changes do you want Harada to do? And yes, I know we don't ask him for shit, but you know, let's just put it on the table.
Be like a bad move in my opinion, because Tag 2 didn't do so well. Like it's a fun game, but I feel like if you want to keep the hype and keep the Tekken like brand good, just make like Tekken 8. Maybe make like Tekken Tag 3 next one as kind of like maybe a side game or something. But I think Tekken 8. But like this may be weird because like everybody's complaining about like netcode and balancing issues, but I'd really like them to add like the personality back to Tekken. Because if you look at some of the older Tekken titles, there's more character interaction, there's more of like a story. Yep. There's like a quirkiness to that with like win poses and lose poses. I'd like to see that again, actually.
I agree.
Tekken 7, I mean, I know the budget was stripped, and for like Tekken 7, like the story, like Harada-san had to beg Bandai Namco to give him the funds to make the project in the first place. So it's really stripped down. It's pretty much designed for online and like competitive play, and he did such a good job, like with the the slow motion and just how the game is. It's amazing. But that's the main thing I'd like to see in Tekken 8 actually, because like if you see like Mortal Kombat, like was it Mortal Kombat 11?
Yep.
Or like just Mortal Kombat in general, there's a lot more personality in the game.
Oh yeah.
So that's what I would mainly. That's mainly actually what I want to see.
And I mean like. For the next Tekken installment, what I really want them to work on is definitely character interaction. Because I love seeing that. Like, I've seen it in Guilty Gear. I've seen it in Street Fighter. I've seen it in KOF. It's just really nice to see. Like, I can get why you don't want to see that during a tournament. It's like, no, forget the intro, just skip. Like, I get that, but like, not everyone plays it like it's an esport. I mean, once in a while, we just want to square up for fun, and we also want to see the interactions. Like, I want to see that. And it doesn't have to be as interactive and detailed as the interactions in Mortal Kombat. Those ones really bring out the personality of the characters. And they're quite lengthy, but they're pretty cool to watch. Now, they don't have to do it like that. But you think of even the several as old as Street Fighter 3, Third Strike, there was. Very simple. If Ryu fights Ken, they'll fist bump each other. That's it. But it's just really nice to see. It's a small detail that when you see it, you're like, oh my god, that is so cool. And it matters to you as a player who has played Street Fighter for a long time, because you're like, hey, even until now, even in Street Fighter 6, there's still sparring, bros. That's really cool. And I don't know, I wanted to see that. And like, if you all remember one of the best opening movies they've ever made for Tekken, which is Tekken 5, I still stand by it. Tekken 5's opening is the best opening in any Tekken game. Close second is 4 and 3. Tekken 4 and Tekken 3's opening was really freaking good. But way up there is definitely Tekken 5. And in that, you see Steve sparring with Hwoarang. And, you know, it fits because Steve, who is a boxer, punches mainly punches. And Hwoarang, who is a practitioner of Taekwondo, uses mainly his kicks, his legs. So you see that opposite style clashing with each other, and I'd like to see a really nice character interaction with it at the start of the match. It'd be really cool. Like, it doesn't impact the gameplay at all, but it does impact the experience, which I think is much more important.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, Hirata has said he makes the game for casuals, and casuals love that. You know, they just play the game a few times, they just love the interactions. And some people will just play a game repeatedly to see all the stuff like that.
And well, not to say that there isn't. I mean, Kazuya has a unique voice interaction if he's fighting Kazumi.
Yeah.
Heihachi does the same if he's fighting Kazuya. Kazumi does the same when you pick Jin.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, there is no unique animation or interaction if you pick Jin against Asuka or vice versa. And I'm just like,
yeah, whatever happened to that Tekken 5 ending that they had?
It was
kind of cringe.
It was kind of cringe and funny, but I'm just like,
yeah.
Wouldn't Jin be more curious the fact that Asuka literally has her mother's fighting style? A little more of the thug school brawler style of fighting, but like it still has the Kazama style, you know, fighting style that Jun has, and I'm just like, wouldn't that question make Jin question, like, wait, who taught you that fighting style? Like, I want to see that interaction as well.
We
like,
gotta see the story.
Yeah, I'd be like, it would be very interesting if, like, at the start of the match, Jin says to Asuka, your fighting style looks very familiar. I'm just like, yeah, no shit, because Jun has it. Like, the fact that he would ask that already implies that they should know each other to some extent. Of course, Asuka doesn't care because she's never been involved in the Mishima family drama, at least not to our knowledge.
Yeah, I think like in Tekken 5, or like, I mean, I don't know what they're doing with the Tekken story, because I think Tekken 7 story, they took out a lot of stuff, but she was like, there was maybe like in like Tekken 5 where she was kind of like, you could tell the link with the Kazamas, like maybe the Kazamas could put down the Devil Gene, but that's, I think, kind of been dropped. Although, speaking of which, for Tekken 8, let's bring June back.
Oh yeah,
I don't know, she's gonna be in the anime, come on, let's bring her back.
I would say Tekken Tag 2 Jun, although she wasn't the best, I'm just like, look at Zafina in Tekken 6, she was the worst. Now Tekken 7, she's so fucking strong, so maybe bringing Jun in Tekken 8 might give her, like, a lot of much needed update power. But yeah, just like, we know that Jin and Hwoarang are, well, one-sided rivalry. Hwoarang is obsessed with kicking Jin's ass. Like, it would be nice to see a character interaction if, like, Jin at the start's like, you again. And Hwoarang's just like, this time I'll win. Something as simple as that would be very appreciated.
Yeah, or you just be like, I lost my eye for you, Jin. Like, let's like fight me or something.
Or hell, the Ryu and Ken of Tekken 7. Of Tekken, I consider the Ryu and Ken.
Yeah.
Paul and Law. Paul and Law are buddies. I'd like to see some interaction between the two. God damn. Or, you know, King and Marduk, King and Armor King, Armor King and
Oh
Marduk. I'd like to
yeah,
see that. Hell, Lily and Asuka.
yeah,
They're bitter rivals. I want to see more interaction. It's just cute to see. Or hell,
yeah.
Panda and Xiao Yu. The list goes on. There's so many. There's so many interactions you can see. I'm not saying it's bad without it, but it's
Yeah.
missing something without it.
That's just something. If I was to say anything besides like the netcode and balancing issues, it would be like just add a little bit more personality in the game, like kind of like before, not like before.
Like before. It would be really cool. And I don't know, like I prefer the old story mode of Tekken. I remember Tekken 5 story mode. That was my favorite.
Yeah.
It was very simple. You fight 3 battles. The 4th battle, you're gonna fight someone lore, story important. 3 more battles, and then the final boss, and then the end.
Yep.
It was pretty simple. Every time you played it the first time, you're like, ooh, who's gonna be the 4th character that I'll fight? It's interesting. It's interesting. But now it's just focused around the Mishima saga, and I'm just like, that's fine and all, of course. Tekken has always been about the Mishimas, but I'm like, don't treat the story as if everyone's lives revolves around the Mishimas.
Yeah.
I mean, man, I hate to say it, but like some characters' lives got effed up because I'm pretty sure Harada was like, oh my god, this character's so great, but we have to make them story relevant. And yes, I'm looking at Miguel.
Claudio.
We thought about Miguel, so I'm just like, okay, how do we make Miguel relevant to the story? Why don't we just have a family member die because of the Mishimas? Okay, that's cruel, but okay, we'll do it. I'm like, why?
Jin was bad in Tekken 6, and although I guess they're trying to make him the good guy again, but I'm like, actually, let's just rewrite Jin. I stand corrected. Tekken 8, new Jin. Let's rewrite him. Let's make him cool again.
Yeah, make him
I gotta
cool.
say, Kazuya, I feel like has a better character story and like more character than Jin does.
Tekken
right now.
4 Kazuya was really cool because, again, the whole premise was that Heihachi thought he was dead, and then when he infiltrated Chi Corporation, lo and behold, Kazuya's alive, and I'm just like, oh shit. Like, that was just really, like, again, that's why Tekken 4 opening movie is one of my favorite Tekken opening movies of all time. And again, it's a close second only to Tekken 5's opening, which is, in my opinion, unanimously by everyone, is the best opening in any Tekken game.
You know, I gotta be honest, I gotta rewatch that because I'm not remembering it.
Oh yeah,
I remember Tekken 3, but I played the crap out of Tekken 3, so of course I'll never forget that one. But yeah. Tekken 5 and 8 played as much. So I'm gonna Google that.
Yeah, sure. And even Tekken 5 Dark Resurrection, the opening, the one on the PSP. The ending screen of that was pretty cool. You have the graveyard and like slowly you have Heihachi emerging and it's like, oh shit!
He's alive again!
That was so cool, damn. But yeah, honestly, the other thing I would ask Harada for Tekken 8 and Tekken Tag 3, I would say they have to remove Leroy and Falcon Ramp's gimmick or give everyone a gimmick.
No, I think it was like, because I think it was actually like a video watched by the main man. He was saying that he thinks that's kind of the future of Tekken. They're gonna make a lot of the characters like gimmicky, and the movement's gonna be different. So you're gonna see more characters that have like kind of like not necessarily like a wave dash, but kind of like how Alisa has her movement, like Kazumi had her movement with the flying demon stance, and
that'd be great.
There's a few other characters that got something like that.
I think no one should be very static anymore because look, Steve and Hwarang have their stance gimmicks. That's fine. Law, by extension, also has a stance. It's the dragon stance. But like a lot of the other characters, compare their gimmicks to others, it's not as impactful as other characters. So of course, the Mishimas, by default, the Waifu, it's a very, very important tool. It's very, very important.
Yeah, that's a Mishima thing.
Yeah, yep, it's a Mishima thing. But like, you look at Paul, he has the he has the quarter circle forward motion, and I'm just like, what does that do other than give him more moves?
Fist.
Gotta say, not much. Doesn't give him too much moves. And people with back stance, ironically, people with the back stance even has more like impact on their kit and how they play compared to people who just have a quarter circle forward movement. Because, like, Lily has a back stance, Xiao Yu has a back stance, freaking Lucky Chloe has a back stance, very infamous back stance that we called here in the Philippines the 20 peso combo. Why did we call it the 20 peso combo? Because at that time, a credit or a swipe to play Tekken 7 was around 20-25 pesos. If you got hit by Lucky Chloe's Cali Roll combo, swipe the card. Just swipe already for the rematch. You know you're gonna lose. Because it deals that much damage. Just swipe it in.
She's crazy. She's
Like,
probably gonna be in Tekken 8 though. I don't think
sure.
that she's here to stay, guys.
Yeah,
So.
she has a lot of gimmicks that's really fun. And
Yeah,
people
she's
hate
here.
to play against, but they're gonna keep it.
Of course.
And there's nothing wrong with rage arts or rage drives, but if people want one of the two removed, I'd say remove the rage art, not the rage drive.
Yeah, I think everybody like kind of agrees with that.
I think people can make do without the rage art. They'd rather keep the rage drives, in my opinion. I think that's fine.
Yeah.
Other than that, having Tailspin as a combo extender instead of the old Bound from Tekken 6, I think that's really good.
Oh, I love the combos.
Yeah, the combo extender that they made for Tekken 7 was best because they gave so many characters better options now. Instead of locking people to the bound mechanic of Tekken 6, a lot of moves looked and transitioned better into a tailspin attack or a screw attack. So,
Yeah.
and again, yeah, because depending on how it works, and lots of people don't know, like, all you do is just do that screw attack and extend, right? Not that simple. Thing is, if you do the screw attack early in a combo, they will spin, but they will land closer to you. And you're like, why would you want that? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because your character is close to the wall and you want to wall combo them, so you extend the combo early so that you can lift them to the wall and then wall combo. Or because your character has a very short range and you want to extend the combo early. And you're like, okay, then why would I want to tailspin a character late? Maybe because you are someone like King, who doesn't have a really good combo finisher, but their best finisher is the running grab, the Shining Wizard. So, you know, multiple hits early in a combo, tailspin, and then the usual Shining Wizard. Something like that. So the tailspin, Shining Wizard is a combo enter. Yeah, Shika.
Yeah.
Obviously not the Shining Wizard, but the movement is the same. Shining Wizard. It's
you
a
just
wild
basically-
running. It's a wild running
Yeah.
grab.
Yeah.
It's not called Shining Wizard for the aerial version, but we just call it Shining Wizard because that's exactly what you do. The movement is the same.
Oh.
But yeah, basically it gave a lot of players options because Tekken 6 King was infamous for this. His bound was so bad because he only had a few options, and his options had long recovery. So to even combo after a bound, you had to almost instant Shining Wizard at point blank. Now,
Just frames.
King mains would find that, we can do that, but not everyone can. And I'm just like, if you're not in a walled stage, what point is there in picking King then? And that was one of the problems. They had to balance it out. And funny enough, the balance is very simple. Let's change the combo extender. Let's make sure that the combo extender, which is now the screw attack, complements both short range, long range combos, or early extending combos, or late extending combos. And that was really, really good on Harada's end, and the team's end, of course. But for sure, for Tekken 8, I would say as you mentioned earlier, Main Man thinks that the future of Tekken is going to be very gimmicky. Now again, there's nothing wrong. Intrinsically, there's nothing wrong about having gimmicks, but you have to make sure that the design philosophy behind a character's gimmick is the same for every other character. If your design philosophy for a gimmick is for it to be core to their gameplay, then everyone's gimmick better be core to their gameplay.
Yeah.
Because you have two opposing gimmicks, both really strong gimmicks. You have Leroy's Kane gimmick, which is not a core mechanic of his, but it's just an oh shit button. Fakumram's gimmick is core to his tool because what does he do? He will pressure you into 50-50 situations. And then when your back is against the wall, you are in the worst 50-50 situation of your life. Are you gonna duck? If you duck, he will hit you with a meaty mid. Oh, you're gonna block high? What if he does his charged stun kick? Well, you're gonna get wall splatted for a lot of damage. And what does wall damage translate to? Oki. If he doesn't do the full damage wall combo, he's gonna go for the Oki setup. And every Tekken player knows what is Tekken in a nutshell. Oki-ze-me.
Yep. That's why I like Tekken over Virtual Fighter. No, like when I was just playing Virtual Fighter for fun, the fact that my opponent was laying on the ground in front of me and I can't do anything. No, it's for real. This is why I'm not big into Virtual Fighter. It has some good mechanics, but if my opponent's on the ground, my head thinks that any attack that hits low or hits the ground should smack them.
It doesn't.
Up there, I can't do anything. I was so upset. I don't know. I love that. You know, us Kazumi mains at 1-1-2, you know, ooh, nice. They're on the ground.
Alright. Alright, next question. Would you recommend fighting game players to main just one or multiple characters?
You need to have a main, but you should have backups too. And I think the more characters you know how to play, the more characters you know, like, how to, like, face. Because, like, trust me, I don't really have issues with the Kazumi matchup. I know what Kazumi does. I know all her moves. I know what's punishable. So it just comes down to, like, trying to beat the character and their style of Kazumi.
Yep.
So that's why I would say, like, you should have your main, but the more characters you know, the better. And you want to have 2 or 3.
Yeah, 2 or 3 is a good number, yeah. Now my approach is that, honestly, yes, don't have just one main. Have a good pool of characters, maybe 3. 5 is already stretching it a bit. But if you have 5 characters you can play really well, outside of 1 or 2 that you can play your absolute best, that's already really good. Now, with Tekken, the reasoning is different, I would say. Now, PK is a Kazumi main. I am a Kazumi main. My mentor is a Kazumi main. And one of my closest friends is also a Kazumi main. Fun fact, none of our Kazumis are identical at all.
Yeah.
And that is unique to Tekken. And I think it was Rip who said this. You can face 100 people playing one character, not one will play the same way. Not because they can do that, but that's just really the design philosophy of Tekken characters. There is no one true way to play them. And I'm not just talking about, like, offensive Askas, which are memed on, and I am one of them. I am an offensive Aska. But even my offensive Aska is different from another player's offensive Aska. It's completely different. Now you're saying, what, that doesn't apply in 2D fighters? Not saying it doesn't. But the line of difference between, say, a Kai Kisk main and another Kai Kisk main, you can already see some similarities in what they do.
Yeah.
And I'm not memeing here because Shika's in the chat. Just to prove a point, I'll even use another character, for example. Potemkin.
I'm a Kai main. And then Strive. He's my main.
Like,
run and grab.
Yeah. But, like, you fight a Potemkin, you fight another Potemkin. Sure, there are some subtle differences. Like, maybe this Potemkin relies more on Garuda Impact setups. Or maybe they are playing Potemkin like he's a rushdown for some reason. That's fine. But at the end of the day, you already have this sort of feeling that, oh wait, no, I've fought this before. I kind of know what to do already. But when you're fighting someone in Tekken, like I did have a mirror match against PK several as Kazumi. Literally the first 2 rounds, I'm just studying her Kazumi because I'm like, I know what Kazumi can do. I
Mm.
know the frame data down to a T, but I don't know how PK plays Kazumi. I don't know what she plays her like. It's completely different. My playstyle is different from PK's, different from my mentor, different from my close friend, different from Mari, who also plays a bit of Kazumi. So I'm just like, that's the best thing about Tekken, in my opinion.
Yeah.
There could be 100 people maining one character. If you fight them all, I know it's really exhausting, but imagine if you had the energy to fight them all 100 in a row. You will find yourself fighting 100 different Kazumis, Asukas, Lees, whatever. But if you were to do that in, say, Strive, KOF 2D fighters, just because of how 2D works, it's very limited. The
Yeah.
deviance in playstyle for a character, very, very limited. Because, like, at the end of the day, like, I can be that one Kai Kisk main that doesn't run up grab or spam Fudra arc. But at the end of the day, I know that Fudra arc is a very important tool in my kit. And there's only like a few ways for me to use that. So anyone who's fought a Kai or main Kais knows what to do against another Kai main within the
Yeah.
first round. But in Tekken, it might take even a set for you to know what
Yeah.
to do. Because again, for example, what is Kazumi's most important tool? Arguably down forward 1 and back 2. How a player uses that though, a very, very big difference.
Yeah.
Because just to give an example, the most straightforward way a player will use it, they'll just DF1, and see how their opponent would react. They'll just fish for stuff. They'll use DF1 as a fishing tool. But others will DF1 and then do nothing. And then you're like, wait, why would they do that? It's very simple. Or rather, just in my opinion, it's very simple. I would use DF1 and then not do anything. Just to see not what move they throw out, but how they move. If they just stand there blocking after DF1, I'm gonna throw DF4 afterwards because I know the distance, if they can block my DF1, my down back 4 will hit. That's an option. Now also, I know that if they do nothing, if they don't even move or sidestep after DF1, which you can sidestep by the way, it's tight but you can't. I can sidestep after DF1 as an option for a meteor punish if they do something that doesn't track well to the side. And again, that's just one other way to use DF1. There are so many ways to use DF1. And that's just one move of one character. Tekken has so many characters with so many moves. That's the funny thing. Tekken, on average, a character has about... Let's subtract the throws and the 10-hit combos. On average, a character has around 40 to 50 moves. On average. And then you have the grapplers, the stance heavy ones that have upwards of like 70 to 100 moves.
The Lei Wulong players.
Yep, the Leis.
My move list, like, we got 200 moves.
My move list? No, that was just my move list for this stance. Yoshi
Yeah.
also. So I was like, damn, you guys are built different. Yep.
Yeah. And like what you're saying about players playing different, the biggest proof of that to me is Warong's. Warong is either I clobber him or he clobbers me. And it's all about how the Warong plays, how the rhythm and movement is.
Yep.
100%. It's just like, and I can lab Warong, but it's the player. Because it's either going to be a no round brown or I just got my butt whooped and demoted.
Yeah,
Because
are
of a Warong.
are they the simple Hwarang players that live by the 50-50? Or are they the crazy Hwarang players that can just frame skyrocket like it's nothing? Their mentality is different.
Yeah, yep. I've seen those just frame ones.
Right.
Like, got me good. I've seen the ones that are spammy and mashy. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just it's crazy.
indeed
The
it
same like
is.
Yoshimitsu. I feel like every time I go up against a Yoshimitsu, I see a new move. I'm like, he has that in it? Like, what the hell? I love it. That's why I think you hear a lot of Tekken players, like people who are hardcore into Tekken, say they don't like 2D fighters or they get bored of 2D fighters really fast. And I can understand that.
Yeah, I just look at the move list. I'm like, that's it.
I know, right? I think it's like, was it like Pronin in Kayla 15? The guy's got like 5 moves for real. Like literally 5. He has like one command move, like a quarter circle forward something, quarter circle back something, like dragon punch input, and that's it. That's it.
And people who see Angel for the first time in KOF. Oh my god, this girl got mad Rekkas! And for Tekken players, I don't see Rekkas. I just see command lists from Tekken. That's like...
That's a meme. That's a good one.
Yeah. Alright, next question. We're halfway there. So, what title do you want to have a new entry in the series? Again, this is wishful thinking, but let's just throw it out there.
Ooh, like if I have to like one I think is kind of realistic, Dead or Alive. I really want to see a Dead or Alive 7. Like I really do like that series, and I'd really like them to continue it.
Okay.
And then if like in like my little dream world, probably be like Rival Schools. I'd love to see like another Rival Schools or a remake of it.
Shit.
Yeah.
Okay, follow-up question. How would you implement or change those titles or have them evolve in the modern era?
Live, the main thing, I feel like the combat and everything is fine actually. They just need to learn to market it better. They have to decide what they want the game to be. Do you want it to be taken seriously? Do you just want it to be fan servicey and fun? Because that's kind of what happened, like
Yep.
with Dead or Alive 6.
Core
They tried
values.
to Yeah, exactly. They originally went super serious. Like, this is going to be a competitive, viable game. And it can be. It does have a good combat system. Especially Dead or Alive 6, it's more balanced than earlier games where you had this, like, cheesy hold, take up half your health bar and other things. But then at the end, they kind of flipped it and did that really bad core values promotion, and Evo pretty much just got rid of it. They're like, what type of game is this? And I mean, that's the thing, like, even Tekken and other games like Guilty Gear, there's fan service in there, but they don't use it as a main selling
Marketing
point.
tool, yeah.
Yeah, they just put it in there. I mean, we have some attractive characters. Sometimes they do sexy things. It's like KOF. I mean, look at Mai. She's always been like that. But
Yeah,
KOF has always been
and
a game that's taken
even
very
the
seriously competitively.
even the DLC costumes for certain characters in Street Fighter V.
Mm,
Army
exactly.
Armika.
Oh yeah.
I
She
remember.
had one of her outfits banned from a
Yep,
tournament
because
it
it is too it's
Yeah.
not kid friendly enough.
Yeah, that's the thing. But Street Fighter is like the fighting game. Everybody respects Street Fighter.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
I
I'm
may
just
not be
like,
a big fan of Street Fighter 5, but I have a lot of respect for the Street Fighter series. I love Chun-Li. I love a few of the character designs, and that's the granddaddy of them all, the Street Fighter.
yep.
Mhm.
After all, without Street Fighter, the word combo would not exist
Yep.
in a traditional fighting game. Yep, that would not be a thing.
Yeah.
Whew. Okay, let's see. For me, I would agree with you on Rival Schools. I really want a modern Rival Schools title because
Yep.
if there's one thing that wowed me so much about Akira, she looks so damn good
Yep.
with updated graphics. Like, holy
Yep.
shit. And even her big brother Daigo that makes an appearance for one of her supers, I'm just like Rival Schools has so many styles, there's so many nice looking characters with funny but fun battle
Yeah.
mechanics. I'm just like, I want to see this in a modern fighting game with
Yeah.
all
Just.
the polish of like smooth animation, smooth movement, smooth hitbox, smooth frames. The list goes on. Like, I really want to see that. Now, other
Yeah.
than Rival Schools, other than Rival Schools, I would say, let's see. I would honestly say Darkstalkers.
Oh yeah. I want to see that too.
I
Because again,
think
they have some really legendary character designs in
they
that one.
do. I mean,
Yeah.
one of the most iconic female characters of all time, Morrigan,
Yeah.
started from that.
Mhm.
But like outside of like iconic characters. Like, I don't know, Darkstalkers just had its own aesthetic and its own vibe
Yeah,
that
very
other,
creative.
not just very creative, it was very fantastical. You had literal
Yeah.
vampires, succubi, Egyptian creatures and shit, a Frankenstein monster. I'm just like, I don't know how that works, but somehow it works. I want to see that now. Because, like, most characters in fighting games are humanoid. And for obvious reasons, it's easier to animate, easier to code, easier to balance, easier to build a fighting style towards it. But Darkstalkers just ran on creativity and random bullshit, and it worked. Like, I mean, sure, Morgan is humanoid. Obviously, succubi are humanoid by nature. But you have, like, some creatures that are just sort of like, what? I just want to see the whole vibe and feel of Darkstalkers in a modern fighting game, because I honestly think that fighting games can prove that a franchise, no matter how old it is, will age pretty well.
Yeah, yes,
It
yes.
may not change for the better, but as time progresses, it's still relevant. It may not be its best iteration, it may not be like what people wanted, but it's something that is still relevant. And I'm using Street Fighter V here as an example. Like, the only reason that I didn't even get into Street Fighter V was because I bought it on launch and I was extremely
Uh,
disappointed. The input delay was what threw me off, way, way off. I'm just like, this isn't Street Fighter. What is with this insane input delay? And I did a brief research, and I'm glad and sad at the same time that I'm not the only one complaining about it. The pros were complaining about it, and the response given was, in my opinion, a huge insult. Like, that left a bad taste in my mouth. The reason that Capcom gave why there's an input delay is because they wanted more Evo Moment 37s. And I'm like, Capcom, do you not realize that if everyone can Evo Moment 37 some casual or some pro, that moment loses its significance. I
yeah, out
hate
of
to
touch.
out of t- I hate to quote something. I can't believe I'm pulling a quote from freaking Incredibles to make a point. If everyone is super, no one is super.
Yeah, exactly.
If everyone can do the Daigo parry, then it's not the Daigo parry anymore. It's just another parry. There's nothing special about it if everyone can do it.
Yeah,
There's
like
a reason why Electric with God Fist is not even like was a secret move for a long time. Cause not many people can do it.
but you always judge Kazuya mains by how many electrics you can do.
Exactly. Can you do 4 in a row, 6 in a row?
Oh, you got that. Oh, yeah, you're going as a Kazuya online and they're just electrocuting for no reason. I was like, okay, you got me with one. Why you gotta hit me with three others? Jesus, trying to flex. And then you have that Kazuya wall damage combo. And you're not salty about that because you know
Yeah.
that took a lot of practice to do. Same with like the
And
geese death combo or the geese
hilariously
combos.
enough, yeah. Hilariously enough, also most Kazuya mains will tell you with a tear in their eye, would you believe it? If would you believe us if we told you that this is optimal? Using the same move 4 times into a
Hey, it
tailspin.
can
I'm
be
like,
like that.
really? I'm sorry, but yes, it is true. If you hate it, tell that to Harada. And it's funny because the wonkiest thing about the electric is not even how fast or how plus or how painful it is, but the wonkiest shit about the electric is the hitbox. It's something you can crouch because it's a high, but in combos, it is a very low high. You can literally on Oki, if your opponent back rolls or spring kicks, you can catch them with an electric. And I'm like, wait, this is a high, right? Yes, it is a low high. It's a high, but it's a low high.
You know, but just because of how difficult that move is to get, like, on
You can't
point,
really
we'll let
hate
it
it
go. We'll let it
completely.
go.
We'll let
you
it
know,
pass,
nobody's
yeah.
mad. Nobody's salty. I mean, I've never been salty over getting hit by 4 electrics in a row in a combo. I'm just like, damn, that guy's good. I mean,
And
key charge after. Okay, respect. That's a Kazuya main right there. You see that key
Yeah,
charge, you know you're
and
with a real
also
copy.
like
Hmm.
in addition to that, like and well, wait, where was I going with this? Electrics. Oh right, like you can see just how low it hits because you can see the animation of the ground when the enemy connects with the ground. Like, yeah, they fell. Oh wait, no, they got hit off the ground, and I'm like, that's a high that hit them, and somehow it still hit. Like, okay, we'll give
Hmm.
that a pass. We'll let it
Yeah,
slide. It's
we'll let
fine.
that go.
But yeah. But yeah, those are my two titles I want to see, have a new entry. I want a new Rival Schools and a new Darkstalkers title. Because, like, it's sad because Soul Calibur has its 6th,
Yeah.
Tekken has its 7th, Street Fighter will have its 6th, Guilty Gear is on its god knows how many, KOF is on its
Oh.
15th. Then meanwhile, there are titles that are just as important. Darkstalkers, Rival Schools, Bloody Roar,
Mm.
and I mean Mortal Kombat is on its 11th. And here's the frightening thing: we have not heard anything about Marvel, and that concerns me. And I'm using this as a segue for our next question. So, Project L, the upcoming
Ah.
fighting game from Riot. Now, this is a mini like reaction to Maximilian Dude's video on free-to-play fighting games, which I think is a very important topic that more people should be talking about. Would you rather Project L be something you buy or free-to-play? Now, I say this because Riot traditionally their games are free-to-play, but
Yeah.
their one game on Steam is something you buy.
Yeah, the RPG game, yeah.
Yeah, and it's even if it's something you buy, the price is very modest,
Mm.
very affordable. So, would you rather Project L be free or something you buy?
But I don't want to be rude, but I actually have to go to the potty really fast.
Oh, go ahead, go
Is it
ahead.
okay? I take a potty break. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Give me like a few seconds. All right.
Hmm. Ah. Oh. Ha.
Okay. I'm back.
Oh, I see.
Okay. Yeah.
PKT returns.
I'm back, guys. I have returned. I always come back.
Hey yo.
The thing is like, oh, because the thing with free to play, I think it should be free to play, but you have to do it a certain way, or you can do like what they did with like Street Fighter 5, where you could get like the beginning game for like $5 or something. Because even like Dead or Alive did a thing like that with the core fight, which is pretty much you can download the game for free and get 4 fighters. But the problem that people had with Dead or Alive was people were looking at the DLC, which was mainly cosmetic.
Mm-hmm.
And they say, like, why is this like $1,000 worth of content? Like, people really, like, that's what really put people off from Dead or Alive was all the cosmetic content. So it's like, it's good to make a game free to play as long as you, like, it's kind of like when people complained about Tekken where you can't lab the DLC characters unless you buy them.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, so it's gonna be if you make the game free to play, it has to be in a way where maybe you can like test characters, you can lab stuff, but not necessarily like play them online or play them against people.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Yeah, yeah. But I think like the free to play model, I think that's kind of the best thing for fighting games or something like that. Make them kind of cheaper, but they still have to make a profit. So it's gonna be how it's done. And I think like Riot's really good with their like Riot's such a large company and they make really good games.
Absolutely.
So I think they can do it. But I'm wondering if that does become a thing and they're very successful, how other fighting games are going to do it.
Mm.
But they have to be done. I feel like it has to be done a certain way. Because like the thing with fighting games is like it's a very niche genre and there's a lot of support. And I know Tekken's made like some like good money. So Street Fighter's made like a lot of money even with the cosmetic DLC, but it's gonna be like at least on the Street Fighter side, I haven't heard anybody really complaining about like DLC or like the prices. But I know when they did it with Dead or Alive, people were so outraged with how much the DLC is, but it's purely like cosmetic. Like you're not supposed to buy every outfit. It's like I play League of Legends, every skin for every character. No, just the characters I play or the ones I got in a loot box or something.
Mm.
So that's
Well,
what I would say.
as someone who's played free to play games and still kind of do, I mean, I play Apex. Apex is free to play. Valorant is also free to play.
Yeah.
Again, my favorite word. Every Foxtrot knows this. Intrinsically, there's nothing wrong making a game free to play. Hot take, I know. But like intrinsically, there's nothing wrong. How you implement it is when
Yeah.
you realize, oh, this is why there's a stigma. And that's the whole thing. Free to play, just mentioning free to play anything will already throw off a lot of people. Because when they hear free to play, they also hear the word. You want to guess the word, PK?
Microtransactions.
Bingo! They hear microtransactions.
Yeah.
Now, to add to that, there is nothing wrong, intrinsically, there's nothing wrong with microtransactions. Yeah, intrinsically, there's nothing wrong with microtransactions.
No.
When done right, nothing wrong. And I will give... There are lots of examples of this. Now, you might say, is DLC considered microtransactions? Depends on how you see microtransactions. If you see microtransactions as stuff, money you spent after you already bought the game, regardless if it's for free or not. So, if you buy stuff after you bought the game, you can consider that as a microtransaction. So that's what a DLC is. Arguably, the best DLC ever made in any game are the ones for Witcher 3. Why? Because the expansion DLCs, and not because they are expansions, but think of it this way, the big picture. If you played Witcher 3 without the DLCs, are you missing out? Well, yeah, because it's extra content. But do you feel like you've completed the game? Like, as an experience, do you feel whole? Do you feel complete? Yes. When you buy the game and no microtransactions, no DLCs, you finish from start to the end, you feel like you got your money's worth. You feel like, yep, I've completed a game. This game is complete. So to compare it to like a meal, you bought a set meal, that's it. That's what you got. The experience was, yep, this felt like a full meal. The DLCs were just a dessert. Afterwards. It's something that you do after if you want more. And that's precisely what DLCs and microtransactions should be. They don't complete. They add. They add more. That's what DLC should be. Now, you mentioned earlier that people were really disgusted by how much microtransactions there are in Dead or Alive. And I would say that you guys are way too fixated on the price when you think about what exactly do these microtransactions do. Like, they are just cosmetics. You don't have to spend it.
Yeah.
They'll spend it on those characters that you really like or your
Yeah.
main. But outside of that, I don't think it's feasible for everyone to buy it. To buy all of it. And that's where I want publishers to think about how they implement microtransactions. Before you implement something, ask yourself, how feasible is it that everyone will buy everything? Because the main gate in any kind of service or product is always its price. Because the quality and whatnot, people won't even think about that if the price is in their face. If the price is not attractive, they don't care how good the product or service is because they can't even try it. And that's why whenever you see stuff in a supermarket or whatever, there's always like a demo for it, so you sort of can try it, so you can know if it's a bang for your buck. Problem is, not all video games do this. More and more games have done this in the past, and demo discs have been a thing of the past, but recently, it has been resurging. A lot of games have demos, even AAA titles. Some of them have demos that you can try out, like a prologue of the game. You can try out for free. An example is Yakuza 6. Yakuza 6, a really AAA title from Sega and Ryuga Gotoku Game Studios. It's a demo for their game. You can try it. You'll experience the combat, the side content, and you get to see a bit of the story. So you know that when you see the price tag, okay, I tried the demo, I think it's worth my time. And honestly, I think this is the crux of Maximilian Dude's argument about free-to-play games. Like, the price itself is already a problem. If you cannot even get people past that problem, then you have already lost a potential player. And I already went through Steam a while ago this morning, and even as we speak, PK, feel free to check your Steam store or whatever. But like, you check the price for Tekken 7, Guilty Gear, and KOF. Now, Tekken 7 is the meatiest in terms of graphics and size, and file size. Tekken is a huge, like 70 to 80 gigabytes worth. And if you want all the content, and I sincerely apologize for people getting into Tekken 7 this late, but trust me, if you are going to play online and not just locally with your friends or, you know, just with your friends, you are going to need all the DLCs, believe me.
Yeah.
Now, how much are all the DLCs in US dollars? Oh, not cheap. Not even hilariously cheap. It's upwards of about, what? $120? $130?
Like I actually bought like Tekken 7 originally. It was a sale, and I think it came with the season. No, when I bought it, it already had Noctis, Julia, Anna, and like Lei Wulong. I think, or maybe I actually bought the DLC. I don't remember, but when I bought it, it was like $20, and it already came with some of the characters. I bought all the DLC though,
okay,
or at least the characters.
Now, the definitive edition, which is all of the characters and all of the content, one of them being a quality of life improvement, which I really think is egregious. Like, people need this. Why lock it behind DLC? But anyway, moving past that, it's a whopping $84 for a fighting game. And you're like, okay, what if I want to buy just the base game? $30. Still...
Yeah, I think I got one of the season passes on sale, because I know I didn't pay like $30 for it.
Yeah.
I paid like $15. Yeah, I do buy stuff on sale. Like, I buy a lot of my games really cheap.
Fair.
But I will be honest, I did pre-order Strive and KOF because I really love fighting games. But I think if you're someone who's not into fighting games, because I actually have some people in my community, they're like, I'm waiting for KOF to go on sale or they get it cheap somewhere. But I don't think, you're not gonna, unless you're just a hardcore fighting game fan, most casual players or people who are kind of curious, they're not gonna pay like, $60 for a game.
No way. They would rather buy $60 to play, say, Elden Ring.
Yeah.
Horizon.
Or to be like, I'm gonna say something. This is the truth. That's reminding me of something. When I used to stream Dead or Alive, I had a viewer who basically told me they wouldn't play Final Fantasy XIV because of how much it costs with the sub price. However, this person has spent hundreds of dollars trying to get a Genshin character. Just think about that. Yeah.
Hilariously, yeah.
Yeah.
And honestly, I'm just like,
So
Try
that tells you
just
something.
yeah, it does. It's funny because I'm just like, you guys see the subscription of FF as like
Mhm.
$15 a month. Okay, and again, it's a bit of a meme. But can you afford $15 a month? Hell no, that's expensive. Okay, let me twist it around for you. Can you afford um can you afford half a dollar a day? Yeah, that's literally a subscription for
Pretty much, yeah.
FF14. It's half a dollar a day, buddy. It's half a dollar a day.
And I was like, I lost my 50-50 on Genshin. I want that character though, and you just see him like, okay. Because
Uh,
like in Genshin, if you spend about $200, I mean, okay, this is if you have the worst luck ever
yeah,
in Genshin.
you'll need $200.
Yeah, to get the character you want.
Yeah.
But like the game is kind of generous. Like as much as you play it daily and you get like you have the $5 pass is super generous. Most people will get the character they really want. I mean, you may not get every character available because I must admit I'm a big Genshin player and I have spent money to get the character. But I also subscribe to Final Fantasy. I've never really been unsub to it. But it's not. I'll spend money.
Same.
I'll spend money for games. It's not for me. But like when I heard my viewers say, "Nah, man. I mean, I want to try Final Fantasy, but you have to pay this for it, and then a sub, and then I
I
found out, man, I
mean,
spent
you don't
$2.
have to pay. You don't have to pay for the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV because it comes with a free trial up to level 60 that includes the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning expansion Heavensward with no time restriction. Yes, I have indeed memorized the frickin' spiel because... Thank you, Skull. I was about to type it myself. Thank you. You either quit in A Realm Reborn or you play long enough to become a walking advert for FF14, and that is
True.
exactly what I have become.
True. Like that's it. If you get past A Realm Reborn, and this is like the older Realm Reborn. This is not the
Yeah, I
remake.
played classic A Realm Reborn that was a
You're in
freaking
Final
mind...
Fantasy 14 for life.
It was a mind-melting grind when I hit level 45. I'm like, why do these last 5 levels feel like an eternity? And I remember the classic tactic. If you were there for it, I'll assume you were. But do you remember the fate train in northern Thanalan? Going from the ceruleum plant to the top of that zone, destroying every fate on the way and then back? Just for the experience points? Because when you're doing it with more people, the fates clear faster, which means you get EXP faster. And I'm just like, oh my god, I have to do this for every class.
Like I started playing 14 right as the Shadowbringers came out.
Oh my god, that was the best
grind.
time to play.
Yeah. That's like right, like I started playing it. Yeah, I literally started playing it and then Shadowbringers came out. So I was about a month in playing. I mean, I took my time with it, but that's when I played. Like I started playing before Shadowbringers came out. So, but yeah, I remember like that grind of the Realm Reborn. But I did enjoy the story and the content. Like I'm not gonna say I wouldn't say it was a waste of time. I was upset. I played that game like the first day was like 10 hours straight. It was crazy.
Oh yeah.
But like yeah, but once you get the Heaven's Ward, I gotta tell people I'm like, no, get the Heaven's Ward. Just get the Heaven's Ward. That's when it gets good.
Yeah. But like, as someone who's played A Realm Reborn, if I told my previous self, like, oh, it feels grindy now, and it's fun, but you just wait until you reach Endwalker. Why? Is it gonna blow my mind away? Dude, you're not gonna have a mind by the time you get to Endwalker.
You're a different person after Endwalker. I'm a different PK!
One of my favorite pastimes around December was watching people cry their eyes out in Endwalker. I enjoyed that shit!
I was watching those videos. I'm like, I know I'm not the only one that... Okay, I'll be honest, like, this is spoilers. Like anyone, spoilers for Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker if you don't want to hear, like, mute the channel. But that whole scene with, like, Vanat and she's walking.
Oh shit,
you know,
yeah, that one.
Ooh, that broke me. I was crying. I cried all night over that. And the next day I was at work, like, I'm not okay, guys. Like, I mean, if I seen the tears for no reason, nothing bad happened to me. I just was playing Final Fantasy XIV and it touched me deeply.
Yeah, and again, before that part, you've had this doubt in you, like, how can I trust this bitch? After what's happened for the past few expansions.
I didn't want to believe. Like, yeah, I was just like, I didn't want to believe. I'm like, there's no way she's evil.
Yeah,
she can't be evil. She can't. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
And then you learn in the walk that
Yeah, what she.
remember when you were close to death in Shadowbringers? Yeah,
Yeah.
she took the brunt of that for you, and I'm just like, oh my.
Or
This
like she
means
also took the ultimate attack. Like one of the sound effects is actually the same as the sound effect in the ultimate attack.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, she's been doing that for us ever
She's,
since Our Realm Reborn.
yeah.
Holy
I remember
shit.
in the YouTube comments, one guy's like, "She's been tanking for us the whole time, guys."
Yep, I remember
I was
that.
like, "Damn." Yeah.
And then of course the walk. Like
Yeah.
at
That's what that was
the
funny.
freaking no, there are two walks in Endwalker. There's Venat's walk and there is
Oh, there's that
the
one on the.
walk. The walk in
Oh, in
Ultima
the
Thule.
end.
It
Oh,
doesn't
I was not okay in that part too.
same.
Ooh.
And it doesn't help either that one of the best tracks in the game plays in the background where you're doing the walk. I'm just like,
I know.
fuck, these lyrics hit so hard. Forge ahead till the end, we pray. I'm like, fuck!
Yeah. I'm actually no joking. I'm actually getting a little bit teary-eyed thinking about that right now.
I'm getting
I was just
goosebumps
like,
just thinking
I know,
about
you
the
get
run.
the tingles. Get all tingly.
Fuck. And again, like, this was the first expansion where they concluded this expansion in the first patch. They already told us
Yeah.
beforehand. We already knew that Endwalker will end in 6.0, not in point 3 where every expansion ends. Every X-Pack has ended in point 3. Like in
Yep.
Heavensward, the Dragon Song War ended with Revenge of the Horde, which is Nidhogg's fight.
Yeah.
Stormblood ended with 4.3, which was when we finally beat this was when we finally made peace with the Garleans occupying not just Alamigo, but also with
Doma?
Doma.
Was it Doma?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And then in Shadowbringers, we were back in the first. Was it the first?
Oh yeah, Shadowbringers. Yeah, I remember like my coworker, because I have a coworker that played 14. They were saying it was the end with the patch with oh gosh, what? Elidibus.
Elizabeth, yeah.
Yeah.
We were finally back home in 5.3. But Endwalker ended in 6.0. Now that's a first, and it makes sense because Endwalker is the end of the Crystal Saga or the Light and Dark Saga, which is Zodiac and Hydaelyn. The story will not revolve around them anymore. So we literally have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 more patches to transition into the next saga, the next story, and I am beyond excited because
Me too.
one of my worries was like, shit, we're ending this whole saga. Fuck, what's next? Can they can they one up this saga? And I just watched the 6.1 trailer and I'm like, fuck, I'm hyped.
I know. Same.
And of course, I saw the teaser for the 24-man alliance raid and I'm just like, we are literally fighting the divine. Holy shit.
Let's go!
Let's go!
Let's go! Yeah. Well, that's the thing for Final Fantasy 14 though, like going back to kind of the topic, even though you get so much content for what you pay for, and that story, you're not gonna experience that story anywhere else. I mean, don't get me wrong, maybe some people not into the story or whatever, but if you're a fan, it's if you're on me, it's undervalued. It's undervalued for like quality.
Like there are still some naysayers that don't consider Final Fantasy 14 as a main game because it's online, but I'm just like, you are missing out on some of the best written Final Fantasy stories, even though it's online. Like I can like the world building alone in each expansion. There's a lot of care. Everything makes sense. It's not just some nit bullshit to make it look coherent and put up together to tell you a story. No, the story makes sense.
Yeah, because like I feel like after maybe 10, Final Fantasy kind of took a dive in quality. Like a lot of people complained about 13 and 15, and I feel like if it wasn't for like Shadowbringers, like Shadowbringers kind of brought that prestige back to the Final Fantasy name
Yep, they
of
did.
like the older, and also the remake I hear is really good. I gotta play that. So, but yeah, it's like Final Fantasy like growing up was such like a big thing, like classic like game changing games,
It
and then they
dropped
kind
after
of
10, I
yeah.
agree.
Yeah, I kind of did, but they came back with Shadowbringers. They showed people like, yo, this is what we can do. And again, people are subbed. People like, I mean, Endwalker, what happened? Broke record sales. I
I
mean,
have
the servers were like, people couldn't get on. That's how big the game was. Like, people literally couldn't get on to
Yeah,
play it.
and like I have not unsubbed in FF14 ever
Yeah, same,
because
same, same.
I don't know.
I mean,
I mean, I have a house in the game. I have
well,
friends.
like, you
I
can't give it the
interact with my
house.
friends there, and I'm just like, yeah, like I know my money is going places where it has to go, where it should go, and it should.
Yeah, and then you just take a break and you're back into it. And
Yeah.
there's so much
There is
content.
so much content.
So
I mean,
much
like
content.
6.2, we're literally getting FF14 Animal Crossing with Island Sanctuary. I'm like, oh boy.
Pretty much, yeah. I didn't play Final Fantasy 11, but it's like it's. I mean, you have the right to not like it. You have the right not to like the story, but it's like I feel like it's kind of like people who play it like universally are like it's one of the
Yeah.
best games ever.
Like,
I agree.
Tonker, your friend's opinion is totally valid. That's completely
Yeah,
fine.
it's totally valid, but it's not you.
Just like any response that they should expect,
Yeah.
any clash in opinion, you'll just meet. My most professional response is, "You're missing out."
Yeah,
I've been
it's like-
told this. I've been told this several times. Like, whenever there's a show that my friends watch, and I'm like, doesn't look like my thing. I don't want to watch it. They just tell me, "You're missing out." Oh, don't worry. I know, but not my thing.
yeah, like to each their own.
To each your
Yeah,
own.
to each your own. Yeah.
I think nostalgia has a lot to do with his opinion. Well,
Yeah, that's true.
that's a dangerous thing. I know we're
Yeah.
sidetracking a bit, but this is really important, and it is sort of important in fighting games as
Yeah,
a
this
topic.
can
Here's
be.
the
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
One dangerous tool is nostalgia because instead of improving a game, you are trying to re-release a game that had no reason to be relaunched in the first place.
That's pretty much Virtua Fighter, in my opinion.
Now here's a big example in relation to FF14. I'm pretty sure you guys have heard of WoW Classic.
Ah,
Now, as a marketing product, WoW Classic, big success. As a gaming product, introduced more problems. Why? First off, it siphoned players from WoW Retail into WoW Classic. What does this mean? In a game like WoW Retail, where you have two factions of players, and this is very important because raids in WoW change depending on your faction, and you cannot completely grasp the story without watching videos on YouTube unless you play both factions. Now here's the problem. Kind of like in fighting games, where it's multiplayer reliant, when it relies on its player base. How can you expect to clear content built for multiple players to play if there are no players playing it? Big problem. So, this is known that a lot of the raiders in World of Warcraft are Horde. I myself am a Horde player. Alliance players are known for PvP, but none of them really raid much. Big problem if you're a raid-centric player and you like Alliance. You're like, what? But I want to raid Alliance. Yeah, but everyone's raiding on Horde. FF14 doesn't have that problem because there are no factions. Or there's nothing locked behind factions or anything. And that was already a rising problem, and WoW Classic just literally doused the fire with more fuel because people just left en masse because they were disappointed with the quality of WoW Retail. They just went back and played WoW Classic. So, what do we get? You get Shadowlands, which I don't need to say much about that expansion. Not to say that there's no good in it, but oh my god, there are so many things in that expansion where you're like, the resources went into WoW Classic. It's so obvious. So instead of improving what they've got, they diverted the resources in what's selling. Problem. Now, in Final Fantasy, this is a sad joke that my friend and I repeat every damn time. FF15 limped so that FF7 Remake can run. And this is true. As someone who has played FF15 and FF7 Remake, I'm like, I can literally see the skeleton of FF15's battle mechanics in FF7. And I'm just like, oh dear. FF15 paid the price. Like, there are so many flaws in FF15. The world building, not one of them. The world building in FF15 was pretty great. But the pacing, the battle mechanics, the side content, that one chapter that everyone hated, the side stories that were DLC for some reason, I'm like, where did the resources go? I see Final Fantasy VII Remake. That's where it went. Oh dear.
Yeah, like, because I think 15, from what I understand, wasn't even a complete game. Like, if you wanted the complete story, you had to get, like, a lore book.
Yeah.
And, like, I played a little bit of it, but it was kind of when I was, like, first experimenting with my stream, and I haven't really finished it.
I mean, could you
I
imagine...
ended up playing Final Fantasy X instead, which I really enjoyed.
Could you imagine playing Super Mario Odyssey, and then you're like, oh, to understand what happens to Cappy's sister, you have to read this book. I'm like, what? Why is this not in the game?
Yeah, that's the problem. No.
It's weird. So yeah. And that's the thing. When fighting games moving forward, I know that a lot of players love to say, oh my god, like, Tekken 5 had the best balance. Street Fighter 3 had the most fun, gimmicky mechanics and character balance. Guilty Gear Rev 2 had more diverse and more complicated shit, blah blah blah. KOF 13 had better graphics, even though it was still pixel art, it was so much better, bigger cast. Trust me, I get that feeling. But you look at Strive now. If Strive pandered to the whole environment of players in Rev 2, you will have the exact same player base as Rev 2, which is, all due respect, minuscule compared to every other fighting game.
It's real. It's old, yeah.
I'm not saying that complicated stuff is bad. What I am saying, however, is if all you have is complicated BS, you have a big problem. And again, there is a balancing act here, and Max Dude and a lot of players, lots of people have talked about this before. It's not about making it easy for casuals to beat the hardcore. No, it's about casuals and the hardcore enjoying the same game. They should be able to enjoy the game regardless of the level. Which is why what pulled me in Project L was what I just call them the Rollback Brothers because, I don't know, like, they invented rollback, so I'll just call them the Rollback Brothers.
They're the gods of VFGC now.
They are. They said this very iconic line. I consider it iconic. It's about unlocking fun at all skill levels. And I'm just like, that is exactly what we've wanted.
Yeah,
and
like,
Strive proved that. I know so many VTubers that don't even play fighting games on the regular, and they picked up Strive, which is 3,000 pesos, which is $60. And in Japan, it's more expensive because of the tax on digital purchases, and they still bought it, and they played it. And even though some of them have dropped it, they still play it once in a while. Why? Because it's fun!
Yeah.
Do you know how hard it would be, other than its price, convince people, newcomers, that, oh, don't worry, this character is not that complicated, but deep inside, you know, no, this character is really fucking complicated. Trying to teach someone how to play Guilty Gear Xrd Rev 2 it's like trying to teach a bird how to swim. Or like, trying to teach a fish how to fly.
Yeah, like, Like, there's like kind of two things I want to say. First, going back to Maximilian Dude, I think he did actually say that it's good to attract casuals because every casual that plays that game one time is a potential hardcore player.
Exactly.
You know, like if 10 casuals come, maybe 2 might become hardcore players. And that's, more player
You
based.
want that.
And also about what you said about Strive, actually one of my coworkers who he casual play fighting games. I actually did play Tekken with him on stream. He actually has played Tekken a little bit, but he's not fighting games aren't his main game. However, he saw me playing Strive and is like, it looks like so cool. It looks fun. And he's like, yeah, I'll consider buying it if it goes on sale. Yeah. So that's the thing. That's a potential customer. I don't know if he's bought it, but he actually considered buying it. He looked it up, like watched my stream, was like, it looks like really cool. I love the graphics. Looks fun. And I was like, yeah, it's so hard to learn. Yeah, no. You played Mario vs. Capcom, you know a little bit about the quarter circle motions and things.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And in addition to that, like, this is why pandering to nostalgia is not always the best thing. And again, the detriment of that, we can see that in Street Fighter V.
Yeah.
Capcom leaned in the hype and comeback philosophy of Evo Moment 37 that they made that the philosophy of Street Fighter V. Because you think about it on a fundamental mechanical level. What do delayed inputs mean? It means that it rewards risky behavior. You know about the Umeshoryu? That out of nowhere, exactly. Why would that
video.
Why would that work in Street Fighter V? Because of delayed inputs.
Yeah, I was like watching that, like, okay, you got Daigo Umehara, one of the greatest FC players ever, and he's just randomly spamming shurikens, and they had a graph of how it worked, and I was like,
and
what?
Like, that's the whole thing. It's because it relies on delayed inputs. Because you cannot reactively do stuff. You have to hard read or guess. And guessing games from a viewer standpoint is a lot more exciting. Because seeing, say, for example, a Kai throw out a vapor thrust out of nowhere, they're like, yo, what the fuck? Compared to all you see is footsies. Obviously, from a viewer standpoint, you're like, where's the exciting part? It will come, but, it's part of the core mechanic of a game. It can't be exciting from start to finish, or else you'll run out of gas. But Capcom, their designing philosophy for Street Fighter V was like, we want more Evo 37s. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but you are compromising so much just to do that. Like, I'm not saying I do not want a dark horse to beat to beat Daigo, no. But seeing someone out of nowhere beat Daigo because they are just playing risk, like they're just doing run up shore use every time because of delayed inputs, I'm just like, are we even thinking about the same game, Capcom? This isn't Street Fighter. This is DP Fighter by now. Everyone's just gonna do risky bullshit because it's exciting, and the delayed inputs literally rewards you for that. Oh, you're playing the neutral game properly, like doing Oki shit, lol, eat my DP. Like, what the hell? And that is exactly why I dropped Street Fighter 5. Like, within the first hour. I was practicing characters, and I'm just like, what is with this delayed input? I changed my stick, I used my controller, I used my keyboard, for fuck's sake, and there's still a delayed input. I'm like, no, oh my god, gotta be kidding me.
I tried to play Street Fighter V. I put like 6 or 7 hours into it, and I just couldn't get into it. And now I'm starting to understand what it was. I just the whole time playing it, that something was really off.
Exactly. It's not that Street Fighter V is bad. It's just...
it makes sense now. I'm like, something's not right with this
off.
game. Like, it just doesn't feel right compared to other Street Fighters or other fighters, and maybe that's what it is.
Like, you look at how you practice neutral or combos in KOF 15 and Guilty Gear Strive. You are skillfully doing precise inputs at the right time, not mashing it. Street Fighter V, you feel like you're making a PowerPoint presentation, adding shit on the fly, adding your inputs on the fly before they even come out. And I'm just like, how do you know that your DP is going to follow up after that very low launch? Oh, I just know. What even is the input? Oh, I'll just have to buffer it. What? Everything is a buffer now because it's a delayed input? Oh, no.
I mean, like, Street Fighter kind of messed up the graphics for that game, and then they did some stuff like that. Because, like, that's the thing, like, Strive is so beautiful. Like, I've had some
It's
people say
very
that the game is
stylish, yeah.
amazing looking. Like, the character design, everything. And that's with Tekken. Like, Tekken always gotta look cool.
And
you know?
the funny thing is,
slow-mo, amazing.
when you say Street Fighter fucked up their graphics, all I can think of right now is because of how many banned stages there are. You know, like the beach stage. Very simple reason as to why that is banned. There are some moves and some projectiles that uses the floor or the ground as a travel point. So if you've seen, for example, Testament, you know Testament's Grave Digger,
yeah.
right? It literally, the slime rides on the ground. But just like any other beach, the water is above ground. Could you imagine if for a couple of frames you couldn't see a projectile on the ground because the water was above it and like, wait, where is it? What, wait, do I jump now? How close is the projectile to me? I can't see shit. That's exactly why they banned that stage in competitive tournaments, because it gives people unfair advantages.
Yeah. See, Tekken does have some weird stages where, depending on the customization or the color of the skin, they kind of blend in. I had this Jack that kind of made me mad the other day because I couldn't see him as well because he was blending into the background of the stage.
Another
but I think that's
thing,
something.
Yeah, another thing is the plane stage. If you are playing on the plane, I hope you have a paper bag IRL because you're gonna get motion sickness playing that stage. Like, oof. Like old melty stages made it hard to see. Yeah, Tonker, I know what you're talking about. Just to give an example, not just Arc Raid, but I remember one of the old Melty Blood had a fire stage. And the first thing that came to mind, I'm like, how is this going to go if I fight a Coma who has a lot of fire-based animations? And the background is literally a forest on fire. And because the quality of the particles are the same as the one in the background, I'm like, wait. This is a recipe for disaster, isn't it? And yep. A lot of the moves that Koma does has a fire, like, particle on his hand or legs, so you kind of know what move he does. But when you have a burning forest in the background, you don't know if he's doing the fast, safe one or the slow, unblockable one, because you're like, was there fire on his legs or hands? Fuck! I didn't see that shit. And hilariously enough, Tekken doesn't have that problem. I don't think there are any banned stages in Tekken other than...
No.
Other than, I would say, it's not really banned, but you will get a bad rep if you instinctively pick the stage. But to be fair, if you're picking it in a tournament, it should be, like, understandable. And yes, I am talking about Howard Estate, which colloquially is called Coward Estate.
It's just all that wall.
Yes, it's because of the wall combos. The wall is an extra extension.
Yeah.
And again, Main Man has demonstrated several times you can instantly kill from 100 to 0 with Geese with no rage. All you need is 3 meters. If you do not use a meter on round 1 and 2, you will have all 3 meters by round 3. So could you imagine if you win 2 rounds in a row and you're on round 3, it's your winning round, and you have 3 full bars? Your opponent's like, if I get hit once and my back is on the wall, I am fucking dead. Because you don't need rage to touch of death with Geese. You just need 3 meters. From 100 to 0. Even with proper damage scaling, you're just gone. But yeah, back on the topic. So again, there's so many complicated and nuanced stuff about every fighting game. Tekken, on the surface level, other than the really long command lists, you have complicated stuff like 50-50 situations, okizeme, sidestepping, movement, spacing, Korean backdashing, etc., etc. Guilty Gear has the whole tension bar system. Like, you'd say, isn't it just a super bar from Street Fighter? No, 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 no. There's a big difference why the super bar in Guilty Gear is completely different from the ones in Street Fighter and KOF. Because in Guilty Gear, it's more Roman cancel than supers. In my opinion, the most important thing to learn about Guilty Gear is not even how to do supers, it's how to utilize Roman cancels.
Yeah.
That's much more important. And then you have KOF with 3 different kinds of supers. You have the super, the max super, and then the climax. It's quite important to understand how that works.
Yeah, but you can have 3 supers in one combo.
Yep. Now, at the end of the day, every fighting game has its complicated stuff and its surface level stuff. Trying to convince people that they can learn it is a different story altogether. It will be a lot easier if the game was either free or very affordable.
Yeah.
Now, not to say that if a game is free, immediately a lot of people will play it. There's a big difference between having a lot of people play a game and having a lot of people stay in a game. That's a big, big difference. Because you look at Tekken, I told you it's really expensive, and it still has a fairly large player base even 5 years after its release, which
crazy,
is pretty
actually.
good. And it's a fighting game, because you won't be surprised if it's a battle royale or an FPS game or an MMO. Like, yeah, of course that game has been going on for 8-10 years. It's an MMORPG, what do you expect? A fighting game, though, is a whole different story. You don't normally see many players playing the current game or even the old one when the new game is on the horizon. And again, people still play Guilty Gear plus R and some Rev 2 even when Strive is out, because there are some things, some characters that Strive has and does not have. Now, if I were to convince, like I mentioned this to Chaos before, like I'd let Chaos try Grand Blue Fantasy Versus through remote play, and I bet you guys I can easily convince a lot of you to play this game, even with all the DLC. And again, not to say that small price or free immediately means a lot of people will play it, because frankly, Grand Blue Fantasy Versus only has a very minuscule player base right now, but it's not because of the price. It's because of how the publishers and developers handled the game.
Yeah.
They didn't give it enough care. But anyhow, Grand Blue Fantasy Versus, base game with no DLCs, $9 USD. $9. That's 450 pesos. That's pretty good. With all the DLCs, $10. $10. That's 1,000 pesos. Pretty good. Now you might ask me, okay, Yoko, how good is the game for a casual and a hardcore player? I will say that the mechanics it has is very friendly for, definitely geared more towards casual players, but it will also reward hardcore fighting game players. Because for those who have complained about, for example, Geef, how do you do a full circle motion twice for a super? Understandable. If you don't understand advanced inputs for circle motions, like some people think that you actually have to do a full circle, where actually, no, you just have to press up, left, down, right in any order. You just have to press all those cardinal directions, and it will register as a full circle, apparently. But the game has an easier way to input it, and that's with quarter circle forward R1. And you're like, what? That's so easy. What's the penalty? It deals less damage. How much less? It's a bit negligible, but you can see the numbers. It's like, oh, that would have killed if I did the complicated version. But it still dealt super levels of damage. So again, it is very welcoming to casuals and rewarding for hardcore players. But definitely, if someone were to like, I want to try a fighting game. I said fighting game, which means any fighting game that I'm willing to recommend to them, I'll recommend to them. Honestly, if I were to give them a list of Tekken 7, Guilty Gear Strive, KOF, GBF Versus, and I put a price tag next to them, without even telling them the pros and the cons of each, they'll probably pick Grand Blue Fantasy Versus first. I don't even tell them, hey, not many people are playing this game. I just want to try it out. It's free. It's practically free at $9.
Yeah.
And that is sad. Because the easiest to recommend are also the ones that don't, like, I don't want to be harsh, but don't deserve to be recommended. Grand Blue Fantasy Versus lacks updates and lacks a player base, but it's the easiest to recommend right now.
Yeah.
Because it's practically free. The ones that I want to recommend, like Tekken, Guilty Gear, KOF, they're so highly priced.
Yeah.
I can't even get a foot at the door.
Yeah, like, my coworker actually wanted to buy Tekken 7, and I'm like, you're not a hardcore player, don't spend $40 for it. But it's funny, because he was on my stream one day, and this guy just randomly came in my stream and says, Tekken 7 and Humble Bumble, anybody want it? And I'm like, yo, Joe, talk to this guy, you can get the game for free. So he got it for free. He's only played it twice since he's had it. So I imagine if he spent like $40 for it, that would have just been like that. But yeah. Because I think that's one of the reasons Tekken has sold so much, especially from Steam, is that you can get it for like sometimes, at least like the US, like $7, $8, $9.
Yeah. Or for all of the DLCs and everything, plus the game, I think there was a time I saw it at like $30.
Yeah,
everything, which is a steal.
That is, yep.
All right, hang on. We have 2 questions from Tonker. So Tonker asks, "What do you think Melty Blood Type Lumina crashed? Was the shield that bad?" I don't think the mechanics itself was bad, but I think it's how the developers handled the game. Like, although it had rollback, I would say that they just couldn't get it off the ground. Like, there was so much noise when Strive came out. There was so much noise when KOF came out. But when Melty Blood came out, after people were done with the honeymoon period of a fighting game, they were just like done. And I have to confess, I was also pretty much done. But my reason was a lot simpler. They didn't have my main. They didn't have my main Aoko from the previous titles on launch. I'm like, oh dear. That's a big minus for me.
Like, okay, Alba's never played a Melty Blood, and I'm curious about it, and I have considered getting it if it just got cheap. But when I first saw the game, I'm like, it has no drip. And I have like other games like Strive or KOF I'm waiting for.
Yeah, that has a lot of style.
I'm surprised that when it was like released, like the first month, it's getting like 1,000 views on Steam and stuff. It's the Strive killer, and now it's like what, 5 people playing it? Like it's so sad, the numbers.
I never thought of it as a Strive killer.
There was a few, like, you have those anti-Strive people, or those people who complain about Strive, and they're like, oh, this is so much better. But I'm like, no, Strive's still kicking at, 1,000, like, people streaming it at a given point, and a large player base, and Melty Blood just disappeared. Like, nobody plays it, I feel. Or at least nobody streams it.
Here's the thing. The problem, I think, with Melty Blood is that it lacked oomph.
Yeah, that's the drip. It's missing something. It's like
missing something.
People tell you it's fun, it's got all this respect, it's an indie game. Very much respect for being an indie game and being like that. But it's just like, when I looked at the game, I'm like, I'd rather play like Blaze Blue Cross Tag because it has like rollback.
The shield
rollback coming.
There's nothing wrong with the mechanics of the game. If anything, I love the shield mechanic. It's wonky, but wonky in a good way. But I'm just like, how is it that Melty Blood, which is a very known franchise, has less oomph than a title that was never even known as a fighting game? And I am talking about DNF Duel. people won't
Yeah.
shut up about DNF Duel,
I,
and I
I,
look at it, I'm like, holy shit, this looks off the chain stylish.
I,
What the
I,
fuck?
I gotta get that on my Steam wish list. I'm so sad I don't have a console I can play the beta because I'm just like, how's that game play? Like, what's the inputs like? And I've looked it up on YouTube, but I think I need to play it for myself. But
Hmm.
I'm interested in that one.
Same.
And people really excited about it.
Yep.
And I
And
think they did arcs behind it too.
I think so, yeah, because
Yeah,
the
I gotta
animation is
say
very artsy.
they are creative geniuses with games. Like they really are.
And the question from Tonker, at what point is it dead? Like, if you have to join Discord to find a match, is the game dead? My definition for dead game is very strict. And I would like to quote one of my favorite quotes from a game. Apathy is death. Apathy. That's my requirement. If people don't give two shits about a game, then it is officially dead. More so with a fighting game, if only one person cares, it is still a dead game. But if a significant chunk, if like 99 of the player base, 99% doesn't give a shit anymore about it, it's dead.
Like,
if you can still find a match on a Discord, no, not dead yet. There's still a scene. It's still a scene. There's still a community. But once people like are hard pressed to even find a match, it's
like
dead.
My version of dead might be a little broader. Like the first thing for a game, because like in this aspect you could say Tekken's dead, but if the developers of the game aren't gonna, especially because we're in the time of DLC and updates and patches, if the developer's not doing that anymore, that the game's finished. So that's a sign the game might be dead. The next thing is like if you just don't have any players. Like for example, Dead or Alive 6. At any given time, it's like 100 players or something. Tekken,
Yikes.
thousands. So that's the thing. And I mean, yeah, you can still find matches on Dead or Alive, but it's it. The game's never being updated. That is what it is. The player base is very small. A loyal player base, by the way, but it's just, I mean, you can play it for fun. Like, I played, like, King of Fighters 13 and King of Fighters, like, 2002 for fun, but I know that game's dead. That's it. It's old. But it's not like, yeah, if I'm serious about playing KOF, I need to hop on 15. That's the living one.
Now, another tactic I think fighting games should do. Now, this is riskier, but it will give you the rewards faster, and it will help you in the long run. It will help, especially in fighting games, if you have an icon or two playing the game. I do not recall seeing anyone remarkable stream Melty Blood for long for me to notice. Because, like, you look at Tekken, the big names are still streaming it. Main Man Sui is still playing it. I Am Your Father is still streaming it. Rip is still streaming it. Everyone who's played Tekken is still streaming it, even if we are at the end of the cycle of Tekken 7.
Yeah.
Same goes for Street Fighter. Daigo, while he plays Street Fighter 5, gives his takes and expectations in Street Fighter 6. Punk has gotten back to Street Fighter as well after his brief stint with Guilty Gear, if I'm not mistaken, and KOF. Lil Majin is still playing Tekken until now.
Yep. I just saw him in a match earlier, actually.
Yep, even if he juggles other fighting games, he still goes back to Tekken. And you need that. You need a community icon. That's the thing. You need a community icon to promote the game for you. You need someone like, again, you need someone like Tekken's Knee, Lil Majin, Rip, Main Man. You need a community icon to help market your game, or else that game is missing a wheel. I say missing a wheel. It's not going to, stop dead in its tracks, but it's going to be difficult getting off the ground if it's missing a wheel. That's my point. And I honestly think that was Melty Blood's missing thing.
Yeah.
And, like, here's the thing. Even Max Dude, I'm pretty sure he has videos on Melty Blood, but I can't even recall a single one.
Nah. He might have played it for a day, but...
Yeah, I can't even recall him talking about it significantly.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I've seen him, like, bring out, like, some old-school Tekken things. I've seen him talk about... He was talking about KOF. like pretty much every fighter except for Melty Blood. I didn't see really any content, or it could have been I wasn't super interested, so I missed it. But
Hmm.
mm, yeah.
And of course, I saw his reaction to Project L when he saw
Mhm.
even that one little combo of no, not combo. It was a setup of Echo. I was like confused and amazed at the same time. And Max Dude was like, that's how you market a game. There has to be something in the game that makes the viewers confused and excited at the same time. So if they see something in Tekken, like again, a sidestep into an electric, that's confusing and amazing at the same time. There has to be like, whoa, what was that? There has to be that, what was that moment?
Oh yeah.
You
That's
need
like me
that.
and KOF right now. Cause like Guilty Gear, I kind of figured out early on. I mean, I'm not the best. I'm gonna be honest, people. I am by no way a competitive level fighting game player,
Hmm.
but I kind of figured out how Guilty Gear worked a little bit in XR because I dabbled in it a little bit to prepare for Strive, but it was kind of obvious what I could and could not do. KOF, sometimes I'm like, how the hell did that hit? Why did that hit me? How did I hit them? How the hell did I win that?
How
That
did you cross up
amazement,
like
yeah,
that?
has kind of made me like I literally would lab that game for 3 hours. That's like KOF is the first since like Tekken that I've sat there in the lab for 3 hours just trying to figure out what I'm doing,
Hmm.
and that kind of like well, I don't know how I like to describe it. That'll keep you turning back on the game to try to figure it out. If you can figure it out too soon or you get bored of it, it's not gonna stick.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. Penultimate question. So, netcode. It's practically the hottest requirement right now. You know, whenever a new fighting game comes out, or they re-release a game like Persona 4, Ultimax, they always ask, does that roll back? So, how long do you think this will stay as the hottest thing that, the FG community looks for in a game?
I think that's always going to be a thing. But I feel like as we get like better with technology, better with internet connection, it's going to become like the norm.
Hmm.
So people aren't going to get super excited about rollback, if that makes sense. But I think for like because we are going through like a fighting game renaissance and so many new games are coming out, it is going to be a huge selling point. Like you're not going to be able to release a game and have a shitty netcode. So
Hmm.
you're gonna like it's like kind of like with Tekken 8. That's something they're gonna have to work on. They cannot like 7. You can have excuses because Harada said no, it has good netcode, but you have to be close to the people. The internet's bad. That's the problem. That okay? Well, maybe take that for Tekken 7 because it's old, but you can't let that go with Tekken 8. Like that, if I feel like if Tekken 8 has bad netcode, it's really gonna damage the Tekken franchise.
Hmm. Honestly,
But
I'm also with you on that. I think it's not a trend anymore at this point though. I think netcode has become the new standard.
yeah,
Like probably 3 years back, people would be like, "So what if it has bad netcode? Just go to your friend's house." Not that simple
or just
nowadays
be like,
anymore.
well, like learn to play because like Tekken actually you can lab at like a 3 bar, 2 bar, which I thought was pretty cool. But like with Tekken 7 and me the netcode, like I'm lucky I live in Japan and have good internet. So when I play with other Japanese people or Koreans, that it's good. I can also play with people in Southeast Asia and North America, specifically the West Coast, and I feel like it's a very playable, fair connection.
Hmm.
But yeah, if it's like someone like Wi-Fi from like Southeast Asia or somebody in Europe, it's unplayable basically.
Yeah.
But I let that slide 100% because it's an old game. But like I said, if Tekken 8 comes out with that stuff, I'm gonna be like, what the hell?
Again, as a loyalist for Tekken, if Tekken 8 comes out and Tekken 8 or Tekken Tag 3 comes out, but I honestly think it's gonna be Tekken Tag 8.
Yeah,
If it comes out with the same netcode as 7, I'm gonna be pissed.
me too.
Like, I'm still gonna buy it because it's freaking Tekken. I need
Yeah,
my Tekken fix. But if
yeah.
someone were to like, would you recommend it? I'd be like, no. Not at this stage. No, I will not. I refuse. The
Well,
only way, like, I could recommend a fighting game to someone is if it had really good netcode. Because, I mean, I have so many friends now that are in different countries further from Asia. So I just feel so disappointed when
yeah.
my favorite fighting game, which is Tekken, I can't even play it with them because the netcode is just ass. And it hurts even more when they say, "Oh my god, I play Tekken 2. Like my main is this. Oh my god, you
Yeah.
have mains? So you do play a lot." Yeah, I do play a lot. And I'm just like, "Fuck. You play a lot." And now I feel worse because the netcode is ass.
Yeah, what's kind of disappointed me on my streams is like I stream Tekken and I do have a lot of viewers. Most of my viewers are in like the US, but I do have a few people I play with like in Australia and like say Southeast Asia, like
Hmm.
Philippines. And sometimes I don't want to make my lobbies like Asia only or NA only, but sometimes people in the Philippines can't play with people in America. That it's just a bad connection.
It
I can play
is.
with
It
either
just
one's
is.
fine, no problem. But it's like it's like someone has to skip, and it's like I've been really like sad and salty over it sometimes. But that's like kind of the big disappointment. Like Stripe is not a problem. Like actually, I played KOF and we had one of my viewers in East Coast US. The other one was exactly where Haxford is. He says Southeast Asia because I don't think he's Philippines. But yeah, the connection was really good.
I think he was in Australia.
Haxford.
I think. I'm not
Oh,
sure.
okay. Yeah, he said Southeast Asia. I'm like, okay, well,
Oh, okay.
but yeah, their connection was playable. It wasn't
I
perfect,
mean,
but it was playable.
when you and I played Strive, our connection was pretty good.
It was fantastic.
I think our rollback was just at one.
Yeah, I mean, it's good.
Yeah, and that's hella good already.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've only had like one really bad lag in Strive. I don't know. I think this person was on Wi-Fi or a toaster, but I've played with people over Golden Strive, and it's been even at the worst connection, it's still very playable. It
yeah,
would be like to me it would be like just playing Tekken on like a 3 bar. I can still play it. It's kind of slow, but it's not like you're having lag spikes and raging, and you're getting like hit by stuff or not hitting people because of the input delay. So that's fine. I mean, I'm not, especially if it's a casual match. I don't have a problem with it.
yep. But yeah, like the thing is, I have more standards for Tekken because they have no excuse. Because you might say, but don't they have to upgrade the graphics? No, Tekken 7 already has great graphics. What
Mm,
about the mechanics of the game, like new features? They don't have to. They already have the best
yeah,
features in any Tekken game. They
yeah,
have
I
Rage
agree.
Art, Rage Drive, the most
They got that
balanced
slow
comp.
mo. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
slow mo. They have the most balanced combo extension feature with this, which is the screw attack. Power crush is a good panic oh shit button.
Hmm.
It's really well done. Like the
Yep.
movement also has been nerfed across the board because people just can't easily sidestep shit anymore.
Yeah.
They can only sidestep specific moves like out of nowhere. So yeah, balancing wise, maybe a few characters, but like as a whole, Tekken has no problems other than its netcode. Moving forward, I see no problems other than its netcode. Graphics, 10 out of 10. Mechanics, 10 out of 10. Balance, I'll say 8, 9 out of 10, but that's pretty solid already. Um,
Yeah.
Character pool, definitely 10 out of 10. Really good character pool. So, they have nothing to worry about moving forward except netcode. Literally, the only thing that players will look for, it's the only thing I'm looking for in the next Tekken title is better netcode.
Yep.
Nice timing there, geek. But like,
Mhm.
again, I'm just gonna say it again. Even my smallest requests, like please bring back June and Kazumi, because I like a simple
Dude.
Mishima. And third request, can we get a female Mishima, a true Mishima? Basically,
I want to have an electric.
yeah, I want a female that can throw out an electric as well, dude.
I just
Please.
have to be like an uppercut. It could be like a jumping kick or something. We can make it like unique. Just as long as it's like technically considered an electric
Yeah,
with the
it's
wave
totally.
dash and stuff.
Yeah, please. I just want that. But yeah, other than that, even if they don't have those 3 tiny requests that I have, if it has better netcode than Tekken 7, then I'm already fucking sold. I'll play the shit out of Tekken 8 if that were the case. So yep, in my honest opinion, and uh, for PK's view as well, netcode is no longer a trend. It's a standard at this point.
Yep.
Netcode is now a fighting game industry standard. You
Oh,
need workable netcode. You really need it.
yeah.
All right,
But
final question. Here we go. So, what are your worries and confident thoughts regarding the fighting game industry?
Well, I'll start with like my confident thoughts because I'm a lot more positive about the fighting industry now than before because I do think there is a need for competitive games that aren't team based. Because I mean, I play League of Legends. I don't play FPSs at all, but I do play like a League, and there's nothing like losing a match solely because somebody on your team was either trolling or DC'd, you know,
Yeah,
and you
when it's
lost because of that.
yeah,
Like I accept a loss because I'm bad at playing or like somebody on the team was just better. That's fine. But
yeah,
because
when
of
it's
that reason, that makes me mad. And that's why I love like playing fighting games
Fighting games,
competitively over like that. And I think a lot of other people feel something similar. So that's why I think like fighting games are making a comeback. And also you see the tournaments, you see the hype with like Tekken, like Guilty Gear Strive's got a lot of attention, Street Fighter. So I feel like that's true, yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like we lost the game because this fool is a troll or he DC'd. Or he's just really incompetent.
yeah, with a fighting
that's how it
game,
is.
why did you win? Because I'm better. Why did you lose? Because the other opponent's better. Simple as that. There's no
Yeah.
other excuse. No
Yep.
Johns.
I messed up and they capitalized.
Yeah.
So I feel like, yeah, we're in a fighting game renaissance. I mean, the fact that, you know, Strive broke records in sales, that's crazy. Like, for that game, I mean,
Guilty Gear
they've
to
been
break
such a-
sales, that was
Yeah.
nuts.
I was, like, blown away. I'm like, are you serious? Like, I mean, it's like, kind of like, for me, King of Fighters did actually very well. It was in the top 10 Steam sale games. And King of Fighters is a game that I pretty much think, unless you're like a hardcore fighting game fan or you're living in South America or Asia, you don't really know much about it. It's always been kind of like less popular, but they still shell out games like crazy. So yeah, but yeah, that's the thing. So I think we're actually going to like, it's going to be really cool, and I think it's a good time to get into fighting games. So I'm confident that there's going to see a lot of really good games in the future. But the only thing that kind of worries me, and then it's coming also from the free-to-play model, is we don't want to end up like, although like the Tekken DLC, they can be labbed, they can be countered, they're not a guaranteed win. But if you do have characters that you can buy that might be slightly overpowered or have a gimmick that the rest of the cast doesn't have, that can create like an unfair advantage. And if, you know, like, for example, I've also been playing a lot of Lost Ark, which is actually for a free-to-play like game from Korea. It's very fair with like, you don't have to, it's not like the person who spent the most money wins like a lot of the games are.
But this is
But but like I do have that fear like that people who pay money or spend more money in the game can have like an unfair advantage. So that's like the main concern I would have about fighting games if they go completely the free-to-play model. But I feel like other than that, I feel like they're back. I think there was like a time like 15 years ago where they kind of almost died. So yeah, I actually think I actually have an overall very positive opinion about the fighting game industry. I'm very confident it's going to be pretty good in the next few years. Or it's going to be like very innovative and it's going to grow a bit.
Well, for me, right now arguably is the best time to get, as you said, it's the best time to get into fighting games because every fighting game, I literally mean every fighting game that has come out recently has kicked ass. There has been no major failure. Like it's weird. However, moving forward, there are a lot of problems that have been introduced, especially because something becomes mainstream. Because again, whenever something becomes mainstream, just like you have more lovers and likers, you also have more haters and more toxic people involved. It's not just for video games, for everything. And again, not just any genre, but for every genre of video games, there is that kind of trend. Like, the bigger the game gets in its community, the more problems it potentially will have. And, let's see. With fighting games becoming more and more mainstream right now, you have this complicated dichotomy of this part of the community that wants to welcome more people, and then the conservative elitists that don't want everyone to get into fighting games. And I'm just like, so you have one side of the community that wants growth, and you have the other side of the community that wants no growth. I'm like, are you guys out of your minds? Like, back then, Guilty Gear would celebrate even just 100,000 sales.
Mm-mm.
Strive, they were able to celebrate 500,000. That
Half a
is
million.
nuts.
Yeah, I think first month was like 300,000, and I was blown away by that number. I'm like, what? Are you kidding me?
That
That's how much this
fast.
full-priced game sold.
Yeah.
That blew my mind. I'm like,
And it's Guilty Gear. Like,
yeah,
it's not the most noob-friendly
it's
game,
no, it's
but
a very underground title.
but
It's the king of
apparently
anime fighters.
but apparently Strive was noob-friendly enough to get newcomers to Guilty Gear a solid foundation.
Yeah.
Because like even like again, the major pull as well is the netcode because even Punk, who is a mainline Street Fighter 5 player, tweeted it out. Like until Street Fighter fixes his netcode, I'm gonna fucking play Guilty Gear Strive, and he did. And I'm just like, oh my god.
All right.
It's not just any player, it's Punk. It's Punk. One of the best NA players of Street Fighter 5. He was just so frustrated, and again, it's not that the game was bad, no. Street Fighter 5 right now is at least playable. The netcode is ass. The netcode. The one thing about Street Fighter 5 was bad enough for him to switch games completely. At least for a period of time. And that's bad. Because his viewers and fans will move with him as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's that's just how it works. Could you imagine if Hungrybox completely dropped Smash for a game with better netcode?
It'd be crazy, yeah.
It'd be very crazy, but people will follow him because
Yeah, a certain person's player base will, yeah.
I personally love HBox. He does so much for the community, and Nintendo just keeps shitting on his face like, no Evo. Okay, like facepalm. As for DLC with the gimmick that's top tier Happy Chaos, well, again, sidetracking a bit, but I'll answer that question. Again, DLC power should not be a thing, and what I mean by DLC power, DLC power should raise the standard, not be the standard. Like, you look at Happy Chaos, like, again, people will meme on me for this, but he needs it. I really hate it when people say he needs it because I'm just like, that is the shortest and simplest uninformative way to tell me why they actually need it. Why that move is that busted or strong. Like, I'd appreciate a decent explanation. But like, Happy Chaos in Guilty Gear Strive is the only projectile user, or zoner rather, that has that unique property that blocking it literally stops you on your tracks and almost crumples you on block unless you're using faultless defense. It's really, really annoying. Now, there are other projectile users in Strive, but no one has that property. Now, I'm not saying everybody has to have that property like Happy Chaos, but I'm just saying that if someone says Zoner or Happy Chaos, no one should be having nightmares about fighting Happy Chaos. Just like how in Tekken 7, if someone sees Facomram on the other screen, they should not be like, oh my god, I'm gonna fucking get my ass whooped. There's a
like,
difference.
oh!
There's difference between having a nightmare fighting a character and being worried about fighting a certain character. Like, for me, if I see a Kazuya on the other screen, I'm like, oh fuck, I need to read the 50-50 again. The Vortex. I have to read into that.
Be one of the few people that generally enjoys a Kazuya matchup. I'm ask Kazumi. I just feel like, unless they're like just a good player in general, I haven't much issues with the Kazuya.
Oh yeah.
I'm kind of happy to play against the Kazuya.
Don't get me wrong, like, I like playing against Kazuya players, but I'm just like, oh dear, I have to play around their 50-50 game.
Yeah.
But whenever I see a Fakuram now, I'm just like, oh
yeah, Fakuram's always kinda like,
not
oh boy, I'm
this
like,
BS again.
you gotta play more on your game. to counter him.
Literally, if you're
Yeah.
playing chess against everyone, Falcon Ram is literally playing he is not playing chess with you. He is playing Connect 4. Because what does he do? All he does is 4. That's all he's gonna do. That
Magic
freaking
4,000.
right kick. All he's gonna do is yeah, connect with his 4. That's all he's gonna do. But yeah, like other than that, like DLCs should raise standards, not be the standard, in my opinion.
Yeah, I haven't had much experience facing Happy Chaos, but I do know, like, my mod is actually, he picked up Strive so fast. His Axel tilted me. It's the only time playing Strive I wanted to throw my controller out the window, because I literally couldn't hit it.
I feel you.
However, when he played Happy Chaos, it could be because of lack of experience, I didn't find Happy Chaos as obnoxious as Axel. For some reason, he wasn't as bad for me, because I think Happy Chaos does have, like, a more, like, complicated mechanics. Like, he's kind of closer to the old school style of Guilty Gear characters, where they have, like, it's like kind of like how Jacko is. She does have, like, some, like, setups and mechanics that you have to, like, consider. It's not just like Axel, where he just spams move you from a distance with, like, nothing to stop him from doing that, except for you have to figure out a way to get close to him. But again, that's just my 2 cents, and I've been really casual with Strive. Like, I feel like I'd understand Tekken a little bit more than Strive, so my opinion may not be, like, it's my own experience, not really valid. I think Inari, like, I would agree more with, like, what the Inari says, with kind of having some bullshit unless you know what you're doing.
Yep.
What?
No, those, like, again, moving forward, I think fighting games are, once again, like, not to say they weren't relevant, but they are now, like, yeah, we were a thing and we fucking still are a major thing in the gaming industry. They are literally like, we're still big. It's not just MOBAs and battle royales. Nope, fighting games are still a competitive esports scene that is worth investing in watching.
Yeah,
still always is. And I'll give credit where credit is due. Do you know who was holding the flag a long time until Guilty Gear Strive came out? Tekken 7.
Yeah.
Because
like Tekken 7's
what came out
crazy.
What came out around the same time or before Tekken 7 came out? 2 major flops from Capcom, Street Fighter V and Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite.
Oh yeah.
Not particularly stellar titles in their library of titles. So yeah, Tekken 7 came out at the best time because...
Yeah, there's a YouTube video about that, because it talked about the history of testing, where it's like, Tekken's always been, like, popular, but it's never been, like, the big game. It's always been kind of, like, in the back, and then Tekken 7 comes out, it's the Evo, the hypest thing, it's perfect with the... Like, it just looks so good.
Not
the slow-mo, the stories that came from it, it's just, the marketing was great. There's so much to offer.
It also helped that every other fighting game compared to it, in its same release period, was quite frankly they were trash.
Yeah, it was carrying the FGC on its back.
Yeah, it was.
Tekken 7 was doing the walk.
Yep.
It was doing the walk. But yeah.
Yep, it started, like, Tekken 7 made sure that the fighting game industry stayed relevant until, like, Strive came out with
and it's
a
still,
new trend that is now a standard. Rollback netcode.
I mean, it's like, if you look at, I follow, like, a lot of fighting games on my Twitch, and it's like, who has the most people streaming or watching it? Tekken, Street Fighter 5, and Strive, and now also KOF is doing well.
Yep.
Other games like Virtual Fighter, Melty Blood, Dead or Alive, it's like, it's lucky if I see if I see 100 people watching those games, I'm like, oh, who's streaming? That's like a big streamer there. It's just so small.
Yeah. Now, my worries is, again, for a period of time, we have shifted from really bad practices to less than favorable practices when it comes to fighting games. Now, of course, I'm gonna have to bring up our old friend Crapcom with how they handled Street Fighter 4. Remember, there was a period of time where if you wanted to upgrade, you had to buy the full game again. And I am indeed talking about one of the most important titles, but one of the worst handled titles in my opinion, Marvel vs. Capcom 3. So, hypothetical. Marvel vs. Capcom 3, $40 on launch. Like, okay, that was pretty standard at the time. Okay, buy it. Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 comes out literally half a year later. Not even a year, half a year, 6 months. Oh, cool. How much do I upgrade? What do you mean upgrade? You have to buy it again for $40. So you're telling me that I shafted myself because I bought this game that wasn't technically complete until 6 months after its initial release, and instead of paying just 40, I have paid 80 for a full game. Yes. Now, Street Fighter. Oh, Street Fighter 4. Oh boy. The meme that is ultimate, super ultimate Street Fighter 4 Championship Complete Evo 3rd Alpha Beta Strike Omega Championship Edition squared. Like, of course, it's not the real title, but it's just like, if you have Super Street Fighter 4, and then you have Ultra Street Fighter 4, and then you have the Championship Edition. I'm like, what? Excuse me, what? What is this bullshit? And again, there was a period of time where you had to buy these as separate games. You couldn't just upgrade. And that was the most egregious part. What's the difference? Well, for one, the biggest difference is the DLC characters. They added more. And then, of course, they added some gameplay changes. Like, before, characters only had one Ultra. In Super Street Fighter 4, characters had two Ultras. Like, before, Ryu only had Metsu Hadoken. Then he now also has Metsu Shoryuken. And I'm just like, that's a huge quality of life change that you lock behind an upgrade, a full upgrade at full price? What?
Yeah, like, one thing I do like about, okay, like, you do have cases, like, where they do release a game, and then they add things in later, but you don't have to pay for it. Like, they update this game, like, patches. That doesn't, that I actually like about online games nowadays. So, like, that's one of the reason, like, Tekken 7 was so balanced, is that they can change the game at any moment. Whereas, like, you know, back in the day, once the game's released on a disc, it's like, if you got some busted bullshit in there, well, I'm sorry, you just gotta play that character or learn to counter it.
But like, I just like to bring up a really funny example, okay? So look, Death Stranding. Not exactly what I'd call a cheap game. Nope, definitely not. It's currently sitting at around upwards of $36, $40 on Steam for Death Stranding Director's Cut. Now you're wondering, how much is the base game? Funny, because the base game is now Director's Cut. If you buy it for the first time, it's around $40. Now what if you have the base game? Oh, you only pay a small fee to upgrade. How small are we?
Doable.
How small are we talking here? $10, $9. Okay, not bad. See, that's something I would consider if I had to upgrade from Tekken 7 to Tekken 7 Bloodline Rebellion Dark Resurrection Alpha, whatever, right? Like, I would like consider doing that if the price was low. But I'm glad we've moved to that whole upgrade bullshit to just seasonal content. That's fine.
Yeah.
But what has me worried though is that even if we are in that seasonal content type, the price of fighting games haven't gone any lower. It's still a AAA title at a AAA price. Now here's the thing, like, a fighting game is not something you can treat like it's a single player game. Because someone who buys, for example, Elden Ring for $60 will not hesitate to buy an expansion that costs even $20 or $30. Because the single player experience of that game is just you as a player. The experience exchange is you and the game. There's no other factor. If the game is good, then the game is good, period. When it comes to fighting games, however, if the game is good, and you're good, but your opponent is even better, your experience is generally going to be questionable at best. Because let's not lie to ourselves. Although we have fun playing fighting games, it is not fun getting our asses whooped. We can still have fun playing the game, but it's still disappointing when we get our asses whooped. No
Yeah,
one
so
pays $60 to get their asses whooped. They pay $60 to whoop ass, not get their asses whooped. Now, that's the thing. That is why fighting games are more of an investment compared to buying a traditional single player game. When you're buying a single player game, you're playing a game. That's it. But to sort of meme, fighting games sort of play you to some extent because you're playing with other
oh
people
yeah.
playing it. And again, the full package for Street Fighter Tekken is upwards of $80. Now, Guilty Gear, God, whenever I look at the price, I cringe a bit.
I pre-ordered that at $80. I
Eighty
am not gonna
dollars.
lie.
Eighty
I was
dollars.
excited.
It's $80 for everything until now, and we have Season Pass 2 on the way. And the Season Pass is not cheap. The Season Pass is sorry, hiccup, $25.
Oh,
24. I'm
is
looking
that
at oh wait.
is that is the season 2 pass available or
Not yet. No, I'm talking
not
about
yet? Okay,
Season
I'm about to
Pass
say.
1.
Okay.
Season Pass 1 is 1,200 pesos. That's roughly 14 dollars. That ain't cheap. And like, let's do a hypothetical here. $14 for a season pass. You know what? Just so it's a nice number, 15. Let's say $15. $15 for a season pass, and let's expect 4 seasons. That's $60. That's a AAA game that you can buy. You can buy Elden Ring for 4 seasons of Strive. And sorry, but if I were to recommend Strive or Elden Ring, no brainer, I'll say Elden Ring. You have more bang for your buck with Elden Ring than Guilty Gear Strive.
Yeah.
Because Guilty Gear fighting games are more fun if you have more people to play it with. And I'm not just talking about the player base, but if you have more friends to play it with, it's more fun to play. Simple as
Yeah.
that. If you have
That's
just like 3, 5 friends to play with, that's already great. But you know, that $60 game will feel less than $60 if you have like 10, 20 people to play
yeah.
with it. It feels so much more worth. And that is the major crutch of fighting games right now. The price tag is so
Yeah.
distracting. It's not
That's
we're not even talking about graphics. If anything, if the graphics looks lower in quality, people will assume, oh great, this means that the price will also be lower in quality. Because honestly, it's very difficult to sell a fighting game other than saying it's really fun to play. That's not enough. That
yeah.
simply isn't enough. Because single player games have better justifications for their very high price tag. Because the gameplay loop of a single player game is much more complicated than a fighting game. A fighting gameplay loop is very simple. Pick a character, start a match, match ends, rinse, repeat. That's it. That is literally the gameplay loop of a fighting game. It's the same thing as an arcade. Insert coin, play game, insert coin again, rinse, repeat. That is literally the gameplay loop of fighting games. It's the same thing. It's the reason why games like Mortal Kombat and hell, Rival Schools had more going for itself as a game, not a fighting game, a game, because the gameplay loop was different. I'd even argue that Tekken 7, although it's not fighting game related, has Tekken Bowl, for fuck's sake.
Yeah,
I
that was
haven't
fun.
I haven't touched it myself, but I'm just like, hey, I appreciate
I've
that
done
it's
a few
there.
matches, I'm not gonna lie.
I appreciate that the thing's there because hey, I wanna see how funny it is that frickin' Panda is chucking a bowling ball. Like,
Yeah, that kind of brings up a point I had earlier with my coworker. He was interested in Guilty Gear, and because I know he's not a fan of fighting games, I'm like, I can't have you buy like a $60 game. If it goes on sale, yeah, but I can't recommend. However, I do have recommended Final Fantasy 14, Genshin Impact, Lost Ark.
exactly.
Yeah.
And the main pull is the price tag.
Yeah.
If it's
That's
either
the
very affordable or free, people will try it. And again, this is why some devs are very predatory when they make a game free.
Yeah.
because they're like, we still have to profit. Now, I'm not saying that's bad. No. Like, as a business, you'd be a fool if your goal is not to profit. You're an idiot. As someone who's studied business, the goal and sole purpose of a business is to make money. There is nothing wrong with that. Like,
Yeah.
of course you want to make money. That's where you and like but what about the altruistic part? You cannot be altruistic if you don't have money to back it up. You want to provide a good service, a good product, you need money to get that off the
Yeah.
ground.
100%.
So, I'm not saying that devs should make games free and like we pay them nothing. No. Like it's the sole reason why people who play FF14, for example, a subscription-based game where you still have to buy the game's initial product price, still do it because they see where the money is going.
Yep.
It's going where it should go. So when I buy a Tekken title, and this is why I have not ditched a single Tekken title, whenever I buy a title, I'm like, hey, the game has improved. Tekken 5, Tekken 6. Oh, it has
Yeah.
improved. Tekken 7. Oh, it has improved. Every time a game improves, a product or a service, people will almost without a doubt buy it. But this is because these people are experienced and have already consumed said product or service. It is not easy, like, to get new people to buy your game and play it in the long run. You have to build trust or
Yeah.
give them a major incentive to even consider spending money if it's a high price. This is why games generally nowadays have demos. I am not gonna say the spiel because, for fuck's sake, I've been talking for nearly 4 hours. So there, again, FF14 has a free trial. All right, but I'm not saying fighting games should be free. It would be great if fighting games were free. The only time I will say fighting games should be free is when we have this precedent where free-to-play games are actually being executed properly. Now, a
Yeah.
bad way to do it, obviously, is the way most companies deal with microtransactions. Pay to win? No, no, no. I don't want that shit.
Yeah.
Alright? I don't want any pay to win BS, because that is just no. Like, it's already worse that people who try the game are just casuals, but they are now getting dunked on people who buy stuff. That's just wrong. Like, this player who has dedicated hundreds of hours practicing mastering this character can't even win one round against this player who does only what 1 hour of labbing total for their career with this player because they have bought all the power-ups that increases like the values and numbers of certain moves and stuff. No. Now, obviously, no game is gonna do that since Street Fighter X Tekken. No fighting game is gonna do any of that gem or power-up bullshit. That just breaks balance very easily. Now, if companies want to profit off of a free-to-play fighting game, I would give them some ideas that I'm pretty sure people won't complain too much about. Now, the easiest way to go about this is obviously cosmetics.
Yeah.
However, I would not make cosmetics exclusive to currency. Or at least you should not make a costume you want exclusive to real money transactions. No. That is just a bad, like, direction to go in my opinion. Like, if there's this really nice outfit for, I don't know, Ari in Project L, I want to be able to earn it. Or if I'm just too lazy because I'm playing so many games, I want to be able to buy it at a moderate price. Like, you look at skins in League of Legends.
Yeah. That's where all the money is.
Yeah, that's literally where all the money is.
Yeah.
And unlocking champions. People can unlock every champion for free. It will take a lot of time. But you can do it without paying a single cent. That's fine. Now,
I am a regular League player, and what they get me is those freaking passes to get the like prestige skin when you grind, because they make a lot of money from passes, but you get a lot of other rewards like cosmetics and loot boxes and things. And I've never paid for a lead character, by the way, just skins.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now, if I were to give a direction for Project L, if it becomes free to play, I would introduce this mechanic. So for anyone who picks up the game, and quite honestly, they should make the single player element completely free and nothing locked behind any time gate, unlock gate, or currency gate. So, for example, if you're playing the single player story, arcade, or training mode, you should be able to use the complete cast, alright? So, hypothetical, let's say there are 20 casts of characters on launch, which is not bad for a free to play fighting game, especially when it's tag based. I should be able to lab or try out every character for free, because I don't know which character is going to be my type of thing. And then when I get to multiplayer, especially competitive multiplayer or ranked, maybe give, because we don't know if it's a 3v3 or 2v2, but let's assume that it's a 2v2. Give the player a six characters they can choose for free that they'll keep forever. I think that's a good starting point. If they don't want to make everyone free, like they want players to grind, like again, Yoko's favorite word, grinding intrinsically is not bad. When a grind compromises gameplay, that is when it is bad. Because grinding, again, you might say, oh my god, this feels like a chore. But here's the thing, some people actually enjoy grinding. Why? Because it feels rewarding. It doesn't feel like it's a fucking chore. There is a way to make grinding not feel like a chore and actually enjoyable. If they can do that with Project L, then yeah, go ahead. I don't mind grinding to unlock all the characters in multiplayer, though. In multiplayer. Because I don't know if it's worth grinding for this champion who looks cool but is insanely difficult to use. Like, if I look at Tekken 7's roster, like hypothetical, let's say Tekken 7 launched for free, and you're like, pick 10 characters, and those characters will be unlocked to you online for free forever, then you have to unlock the rest. Like, how the hell do I know that Kazuya, or any of the Mishimas for that matter that isn't Kazumi, practically require me to learn how to do electric 6 times in a row, whether I'm facing right or facing left. Like, and again, on average, it will take you months to do that shit consistently in a row on both sides. Not many people are willing to go through that grind. So how will they know? They have to be able to try it for free. And that's my main argument here. That players should know what they are getting themselves into when a game is free to play. Now again, you might say, you're being so demanding, you're so entitled. That might come off it as that, true. But here's the thing. It's still an investment. Grinding is an investment. It's a time investment. I may not get my time's worth if what I'm grinding for is not rewarding enough for me. I don't want to. I don't want to walk into that unknown area of like, is playing the multiplayer for 10 hours to unlock this one character worth it? Like, how the fuck am I supposed to know? Like, I should be able to try a character. So again, if they are going to do the whole League of Legends system of where playing games, doing dailies will give you currency that you can spend on cosmetics or other characters to unlock, that's fine. But make the grind itself actually fun. Make it fun, like, so that we don't feel like it's a chore. Because the last thing you want is people to get burnt out playing a fighting game, especially now. You know why? Because there are so many fighting games to play. You do not want someone playing Project L like, fuck this, I'm not grinding, I'm gonna play something else. That's exactly what my major worry is here. If they make the grind so bad, people are just gonna play another fighting game because there's so many other fighting games that, sure, they may be expensive, but they are way, way more worth the time. Whereas 2 is because most of them are on Steam, they'll probably go on sale.
Yeah.
That's the major pull. Like, yeah, sure, like by the time Project L comes out, who knows? Maybe KOF and Guilty Gear will be what, $40 for all of its content? Hell, I would jump on that ship so fast.
Yeah.
If Project L felt so grindy to to its detriment, I would jump ship really fast. I played so much MKXL back in the day and still played more than any other fighting game. That's funny you mentioned that, Ivy, because Max Dude did mention that. Right now, the most bang for your buck fighting game has to be Mortal Kombat X.
Yeah.
That hands down, and I agree. Because outside of the big 3 game modes, which is story, arcade, and versus, that game has more other game modes that pander to both the hardcore and the casual player base. And best part is that it's rewarding. That's the most important part. Is it rewarding? Whether it rewards you with content, cosmetics, unlockables, or just fun, playing fighting games should feel rewarding. I should feel rewarded for playing a game. And I don't think I am entitled to this. I think this should be a standard.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, I should be rewarded with enjoyment. I'm not telling you to give me the W just because I lab 100 hours in one character. But I want to feel a certain kind of enjoyment just for doing that. I want to feel rewarded for it. Like, I don't expect to win every match just because I lab Kazumi for 40 hours in a week. But, like, if I can see some sort of progression and some sort of improvement, that's already rewarding enough for me.
Yep. Like me and Tekken.
Yeah. And, again, like, if I were to put Project L on the spotlight, like, if playing a fighting game for 3-4 hours straight, and I can at least unlock maybe 1 or 2, fine, let's be a bit more generous, 1 character, because of the currency I got, I think that's fine. I think that's pretty okay. Because, first off, compared to League of Legends and Dota, 1 match in those games feels so exhausting.
They're too long now.
They are way too long.
Yeah.
Like, I feel so burnt out playing even just 1.
When I first started playing League, if a game went over 30 minutes, it was long. Before, the average was like maybe 20, 25 minutes. Now it's like the average is 30 minutes, and they get pulled out the 45. And if you lose a match, it's just like, oh god, let me do 1 more, and it's just like,
That
like
is
before
assuming,
when it was shorter.
And PK, that is assuming that your teammates are not rage quitters that just surrender at 15.
Yeah.
Don't forget
sometimes
about that.
I'll take that sometimes.
Like, just get me out of this hellhole, I'll go for another one.
Oh no.
But
I think that, like, as a League player, you can tolerate fighting. Like, Tekken is nothing compared to some of the stuff you go in League.
Like, free-to-play is definitely a very... Yeah. It's a very tricky route for fighting games to play. I think it is doable, but they need to execute it properly. Mm-hmm. And one more, to close out this talk, the one major issue that has become more commonplace because of fighting games becoming more mainstream. It's the kind of stuff PK and I have to deal with on stream. And that is, of course, I'm talking about the backseaters and the gatekeepers. Like, first off, I don't need to tell you that I'm doing something wrong. If I am fighting someone who is better than me, they will tell me that I'm doing something wrong in the form of a word called punish. Spamming DF2 on Kazumi too many times, you'll get launch punished every time. After the 3rd punish, you're eventually gonna learn, okay, obviously this move is super punishable, I should stop spamming this. Okay, moving on. Like, it's one thing to say that that's really punishable. It's another to say, why the hell do you keep using that move? Like, dude, why would I not use DF2 when it's so flashy? Like, I uppercut with a fucking tiger.
It can high crush. It high crushes.
It high crushes as well. It looks really cool to pull off. Why would they give
tiger
me
uppercut for real?
Yeah, it's a real tiger uppercut. It's it looks flashy, it hits hard, has a
It was a
nice
missing
visual
foot.
and sound effect. Why would I not want to use this move whenever I can? I'm gonna use it. If I get punished for it, that's on me. That's fine. But don't question my character pick because I'm using the character wrong. I just want to use the character for my own damn reason. If I lose over and over again, that's on me. I will eventually learn. Instead of like... I'm not saying don't tell me how to play a character, but like, instead of talking shit at me for playing the character wrong, why not help me improve? It's not like I don't want to improve, but Jesus Christ. Like, there are better ways to say than you are trash at this player. Yeah, wow, thank you so much. I feel so much better. I definitely want to get better because this person told me to get that I'm trash at this character. I'm totally not getting demotivated to play this character because apparently I am trash. Now again, this is I'm not saying of course that this has no basis, of course not. It's just that fighting games like other genres of course have a very very old and aged community. They have been there for years. So the veterans and those who have become veterans, obviously they know what they are talking about. But the thing is, recently you have people who have never touched a fight stick try fighting games because it's the in thing now. And I just really don't get the dichotomy because nowadays we are so welcoming when people just get in video games in general. Because no longer, I'm not saying you won't get bullied for playing video games. No, that's still a thing, sadly. But less so than before because now it's really cool for people to play video games. Haha, people who bullied me back in grade school and high school. I am cool now. We are so welcoming, and yet at the same time, we are so hostile when this image of people we have of what it's like to be a video gamer or a fighting gamer want to come in. And I'm just like, does it really matter? Like, this image you have of someone who plays fighting games, not everyone is like Jay Wong, Daigo, or Ni. We're not all pros. We get that there's this certain image of that you guys have that everyone who's in the fighting game community is sick, skilled, clutch, whatever. You're not wrong. The most iconic people of that community are exactly that. They have sick plays, they have godlike reflexes, they've spent hundreds of hours mastering their craft, and it shows. Now, I'm not saying we are not going to do that. No, some of us will. Like, if we see ourselves capable of doing that and we genuinely enjoy it, we will do that. But for us to do that, we have to get a foot in the door first. If you are giving us red flags and several reasons not to do this in the first place, then we'll just play another game altogether. And to you guys, you're like, haha, we don't have to deal with you. First off, we don't have to deal with you, toxic piece of shit.
The banhammer.
Yeah. Like, again, it's just really strange. Like, fighting games right now is trending so much. It is the best time for people to be a bit more welcoming to those who want to get into fighting games. Even though, like, okay, who's this person who's trying to get into the Tekken 7 community? All they've played is Battle Royales. What? Like, get that shit out. They don't know fighting games. Are you gonna laugh at someone who's fat who goes into the gym? Why do you think they go to the gym in the first place? To get fit. Why do you think this person who's never played a fighting game want to get in with the community? To learn how to play the fighting game.
Yep.
It's that simple. They want to get into the community. They want to befriend the community. How are they going to do that? By playing the game. Instead of shit-talking them, ease them in. Not everyone has the same image of a fighting game player or a video game player as you do. Or, again, as the word is slung around, gamer. Not everyone is a gamer. Everyone wants to be one because it's cool. which is cool in of itself.
Yeah.
But as a fellow gamer, we have this responsibility, of growing the community ourselves as well. And our community can't grow if we don't let people in. And
No.
to give an example, look at Tekken. The Tekken scene is so diverse because you have the Korean scene, the Japanese scene, the Southeast Asian scene, the West, and now Pakistan, which people didn't know even existed as a Tekken scene. People didn't know until Arsanash came into the picture.
And he's a monster. And and the funny thing is he's not even the best player in Pakistan.
Yeah, he did say himself that there are other Pakistani players better than him.
He's like, I got my ass beat by this one
And
guy.
remember, there was a period of time called the Akuma Apocalypse.
Oh,
A lot of the
Akuma.
best Akumas in the world was not even Super Akuma.
Oh, in Pakistan,
Pakistan had
I remember
some of
hearing
the
that.
best Akuma players in the world. I saw the way they play. Holy shit, it was very scary. So again, why did that happen? Because we allowed them in. There are certain people that you don't know might be the next Daigo or Ni. You don't know it, but how will you know until you let them in? See for yourself how they grow, how they play. Let them play. I mean, you don't see arcade cabinets saying gamer level 100 required to play this game. There's just no requirement.
I'm gonna have to check your microchip there. I gotta see your level.
Like, what's the requirement to play Tekken arcade machines? A freaking coin. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the only requirement. And that should be the only requirement. And it's very weird because arcades, even regulars in arcades were excited to see people. I've never seen you play this game before. You want to learn how to play it? Generally, I have had. That's my image of arcade scenes in the past, and even the little ones that we have now. Whenever they see someone, like whenever a regular at an arcade cabinet, be it a fighting game or a racing game or a rhythm game, they see someone new and they're having so much fun, like, whoa, never seen you here before. You like the game? Yeah, I like the game. Oh my god, want me to help you out with the game? Yeah, sure, please, I want to get better. Like, and fighting games has had its roots rooted literally in arcades.
Yep.
So I'm just like, if there's one thing we should keep from our arcade roots, it's that welcoming atmosphere we've always had. Like, of course, arcades have been filled with the gods of the arcade, the local gods, but they've generally always been welcoming for newcomers. This should not change at all right now. If anything, this should be the emphasis. Because fighting games in nature is still very arcadey in its nature.
Yep.
There are rivalries, there are competitions, the ever-changing community, and again, diversity. Doesn't matter what race you are, what gender you are, no. We're all playing the same game, we're all on the same skill level. It's not like a traditional sport where you have different divisions for male and female athletes. Doesn't matter in a fighting game, you're all equals. So let's not be so exclusive, because
we all know the pain of getting hit by Paul's death fist on counter hit. Back in the older Tekken where that was like 75% of your health bar. Do you guys remember that?
No, I remember Tekken 7 arcade. I remember, do you know what was Paul's 50% damage combo? Back forward 1 into death fist. Guaranteed it will deal the exact same damage that is half your health. And it doesn't even have to be counter hit. If anything, if it was counter hit, it's even more damage.
I just remember. I remember that from like Tekken 2. That was Paul Deathfist. I'm like, there goes my health bar.
Oh,
and
wow.
my little coworker who played Tekken brought that up. He's like, yeah, I played Tekken, and that character Paul, he fisted me and I was dead. I'm like, you know about that kid? Oh. It's like you play leagues. Everybody knows if you have a Master League that got fed, you have a problem.
And see, Evie has a nice story. Evie said, I was in an arcade playing Initial D and was doing terrible at it. An older Japanese man came over and said, let me show you how it's done. And then, of course, showed Evie the ropes. It's as simple as that. Like, you don't have to be so hostile when someone is bad. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
in what world do you expect someone to be immediately good at what they do? Like, even, like, especially now with Elden Ring being, like, the hottest thing right now. Do you really expect everyone who picks up that game to be really good? Especially since it's a FromSoft game? I don't think so. I don't think that's realistic. Like,
Yeah.
there are obviously the regular speedrunners and god runners that you obviously expect to be really good, but they comprise how much of the player base? Really small.
Yeah, and then they've also, a lot of them, like, I've seen, like, streamers doing speedrun. Like, I saw this one streamer, she did a speedrun of she did a no-hit run of Dark Souls. It took her 6 months of consistently streaming the game, like, every day to actually do a no-hit run.
Exactly.
Like, a level 1 no-hit run for Dark Souls 3.
And again,
so she played that game so much, too. It's ridiculous.
And one of the biggest achievements is what we call the God Run. And I'm looking forward to the God Run 3. Because the God Run no hit is you play all Souls games back to back without getting hit once. People have done it. They have done, I'll say all the titles: Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Demon Souls, Bloodborne, Sekiro. All 6 games back to back without getting hit once. They have done it. Now they're going to add Elden Ring in that formula. It's inevitable. They will keep adding Souls games in that run. I
gotta see somebody who did that.
I can't wait to see it done. It will get done. I'm very confident in that.
Oh yeah, I gotta see a video of that. Because I can't imagine you did all of that and you get to that Sekiro final boss and he just
hesitation is defeat. Like
that would kill me. I would be like, wow.
Yep. But again,
back to the drawing board.
Yeah, back to the drawing board. I think that the God Run SL1, meaning you do not level up your character even once, took about 15 hours. And yeah, there were so many times in that run where that 15-hour run could have ended close to 15 hours as well. There were so many close calls, and I'm just like, whew! The fact that they pulled through and did it, I was just like, wow. Testament to their perseverance.
Yeah. Like, that's crazy.
It is crazy, but that's a great thing about games.
Mm.
Alright, and that is it for episode 15 of Shrine Talk. Thank you so much for... It's been a genuine honor and pleasure to have you as my guest, PK.
Join this! That was so much fun talking to you. I'd love to be your guest again.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, it was a really good conversation, because we played the same game, we have a lot of similar mentality, so it's cool.
Yeah, and we also have to deal with the same bullshit.
Oh yeah. Like, I gotta say, like, Tekken for me is the worst for backseating. All other games, it's always, like, fun. But, like, Tekken for me, like, I mean, I actually kind of stream a little bit less now, because some people are just too much. It's like, really, I'm freaking at green ranks, okay? You're a Fujin. You've had so much more experience. I don't see the game the same way as you yet. Yeah. I don't.
And, like,
but I'm getting better.
Instead of talking down on people,
yeah,
talk on their level.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, are you, like, I mean, realistically, if you see a baby struggle to walk, are you really gonna shit on them for not being able to walk? Guys, they're just toddlers. They're just babies. Of course all they can do is crawl. So help them up. Don't talk them down. Help them up.
Because I remember the best backseating advice I ever got on Tekken 7, don't laugh at me for this, was there's a girl I know, I've actually played her one time, she is a Tekken God Omega Elisa player. She went to the EVO Online thing, she placed number 16, 17 in the competition. Whoa. She saw me playing, she's super nice, super nice. She saw me playing Tekken and was realizing, you can wake up block. Just hold back when you get up. She basically taught me how to, like, block lows from wake up. And she realized that's what I wasn't doing and why I kept getting hit. She's like, yeah, just hit down back so you block. And I did. I ended up blocking because this guy just kept hitting me with lows on the ground. And I was like, either trying to wake up kick or just roll forward or something. And she's like, no, just wake up block and you'll stop it. And I did. And I was able to punish them. And she saw that, like, that little simple, like, base mechanic in my gameplay. She's not expecting me to do this, like, really complex movement that you'd only learn after playing the game enough to get to Fujin level, Yeah. And that's a good. That's what, like, some people have a hard time realizing. It's like when you're a beginner level, it's like when I've seen people in the Dans or like teal ranks, and they ask me Tekken advice. Now I'll play with them. And I'm like, oh, you need to learn to like Tekken is a 3D game. Try to sidestep a little bit more. Because like yeah, you got some combos down, you got some punishes, you know how to kind of block stuff, but you gotta be better with your movement, especially sidestepping. You're playing this like a 2D game when you have to incorporate sidestepping. And you're like, oh okay.
And I'll add to that. Let me put an emphasis on this. Being an asshole is not a prerequisite for being honest or true.
Yeah. True.
Like, again, if you see someone doing horribly bad, that doesn't give you an excuse to be an asshole.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this person sucks at playing this character. You don't say, wow, you're so fucking bad, play someone else. Hey, go ahead. I have been drinking as well. Don't worry, Scott.
Yeah, I've been
like, again, like, come on. It's just because they're bad, and don't hide under the guise. I'm just being honest, bro. Well, okay, I'll be honest too. I think you're a major dick. Doesn't sound good, does it? So again, like, think twice before you word something towards a streamer who is obviously playing a game they enjoy, but they are struggling on, you know, grasping even the basic fundamentals.
Yeah.
Like, there is no excuse for you to be a major prick to whoever you're quote-unquote trying to help. Like, again, for example, if I were to give advice to PK for her Kazumi, I would say, like, if they sidestep a lot, use back 2 instead of, you know, forward 3 or down forward 1.
Yeah, that's my main thing. I gotta get that back 2 in, because I don't use that one as much. Like, I really only use it in a combo, but yeah, it is actually a really good move she has.
Instead of saying, you know why they keep sidestepping? Because you fucking suck. Like, how is that supposed to help?
I'm like, you just got better sidestepping skills than I.
Or, you know, like, oh my god, I think you should pick someone else. Dude, do you really think that they picked Kazumi without the intent of, I want to get better at this character? Do you honestly think? Like, it really baffles me. It's almost like, it's scary, but honestly, I think the reason why people do that, PK, is because they just get the kicks of kicking other people.
Yeah, this one seemed better than somebody else. It's like, yeah, I think, you know, it's like, we call it small PP energy.
Yeah,
small
I mean, like, they just enjoy talking shit at people whenever they get the chance to.
They do.
Well, joke's on you, because this is my stream, this is my channel, so I have the band hammer ready for you, buddy.
Yep.
There is no shortage of people you can talk shit, and there's also no shortage of streamers who will not hesitate to ban your ass. So go ahead.
Yep. There are other viewers besides you.
Exactly.
We appreciate every viewer we have, but you know, I always say, actually, I would rather have 20 viewers, and everybody's super cool, than have like 100 and half of them are assholes. Like, that's just me.
Yeah,
I don't give a shit. Yeah.
Quality over quantity.
Hell yes. Hell yes.
Quality over quantity. All right.
I did not see a sub badge by you, sir. Why are you talking like that? I'm sorry.
That's true, though. Anyhow, okay. Alright, that's it for today's episode of Shrine Talk.
Blast.
Yeah, hang on. Let me just do a recap of this week's schedule. So, wait, is this week? Yeah, this is this week's schedule. So, tomorrow I'll be doing a Sunday chill stream. I'm gonna play a variety of games tomorrow. So, I'm gonna take a break for today. My plan really for today was just Shrine Talk. And I really enjoyed it. Thank you again, PK, for being my guest today. I genuinely enjoyed our chat today.
Yeah, I loved it. Like, we played a lot of the same games, so it's like so cool.
Yep. All right, I'll give you the red carpet this time, PK. If you wanna do a shout out, or you know, when you're streaming and what you're streaming next, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so I live in Japan, so I usually will start my streams anywhere like 12 p.m. Japan Standard Time, and I usually finish maybe like, I'm about to say 3:30 p.m., sometimes 4. So if you want to catch me, I mainly stream fighting games. I think I will try to stream tomorrow. I think it's going to be KOF. I'm trying to learn that one, and that game I'm so noob at. Any advice is actually welcome in that game, because it's been a lot to understand. I'm also recently got it back into Strive. I love Testament. But the game I've streamed a lot lately is Tekken 7. I
Oh,
actually got promoted last time I streamed it yesterday. It was a good stream, so I'm now a new super rank. I
noise.
actually started playing from like the Dans, and my story actually, I'll show you guys. I have a fight stick. I have always been like a pad player, but when I started streaming, I really felt that maybe I'd play better on a stick, so I ended up getting myself a stick, and I have customized it. So it's pretty, people tend to like it. It's can you guys see it? Yeah.
Oh, that is a nice looking stick.
Yeah. So yeah, that was the thing. It took me like 3 months before I became like to the point where, because okay, I couldn't move, and if you can't move in Tekken, you're gonna just get clobbered by everything. So
Oh
after three
yeah.
months of struggling, I finally got used to it. So
It's
yeah, that's
funny
it.
enough. 2D fighters, I can only play with a pad. But Tekken 7, Tekken, I can
Uh,
only play with the fight stick.
I
I
can't play Tekken on pad anymore.
I need I need the precision for the movements.
Because I feel like with 2D fighters, I feel like my quarter circles and stuff is actually like, King of Fighters is a lot easier to do stuff with the circle motions are better, but my movement's bad. My movement's way better on stick. I just have to learn to get my quarter circles in there. But Guilty Gear, I play on a stick just fine.
Oh,
I
Skull
played
is a
it for almost a
quest.
year.
Oh wow. Wait, almost a year.
Oh, that's how like I played Genshin. Genshin is about a year. I have a lot of
Yeah,
characters.
wait.
I occasionally do stream Genshin, but it's not a regular game.
Okay.
I mean, someone keeps banging on my wall. I don't
I
think I'm that loud though. I don't know.
I played it since launch, but I went on a brief hiatus around Chong-Li's banner. Then I
Oh.
am on a hiatus again because I'm just so demotivated from playing Genshin Impact right now.
I've actually been playing a lot of Lost Ark. That's my problem. And then when it's like 14 releases more content, I'll be jump back on that.
That's
But yeah, I
next
play it kind
week.
of on and off.
That's next
Next
week.
week, next week. I might actually stream some 14 too. I like to stream the story part, not so much the grindy content.
I'm streaming I'm streaming at 14 next week.
Yeah, that'll be the main story. So yeah,
Yeah.
that's basically it. So just check me out. I'm super nice. Although I might occasionally get a little bit salty in Tekken, but you're not playing Tekken if you're happy, in my opinion. If you're playing Tekken ranked and you're in tryhard mode, I can get mad.
Like,
I
if
get
of
mad,
course, I mean, of course, PK is nice. She's my friend. I know
yeah.
her.
Mhm. But I also, if you do play like Tekken or Strive or King of Fighters 15 or some other random fighting games, I love to play with my viewers. So feel free to like play with me if you come on my stream. I'll
Yep.
open up lobbies and we can all play together.
Yes, yes, yes. And of course, especially those who live in Southeast Asia.
Mhm.
Because she lives in Japan, even with Tekken 7's ass netcode, your connection should generally be good.
Yeah, I can
Like,
play with pretty much anyone in
we
Asia.
played Blue Bar. 5 bar connection. Like, it's the best connection you can get.
Uh,
So, yep. Okay, that'll be it.
that's basically it. Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much,
Oh,
Foxtrots,
thank you.
and viewers from PK's channel as well. Thank you so much for tuning in. Episode 15 of Shrine Talk. I'll see you all in the next episode. I'll see you all on my next stream, and of course, on PK's next stream as well. Let's see. A friend of mine is streaming. Well, not just any friend. Mariva is streaming Guilty Gear.
Oh,
Alright. We are going to stream. We're going to raid Mari. Let me just give her a brief shout out. Yep, she is streaming Guilty Gear Drive. Okay. And let me just get prepped with that. Okay. Here is the raid message, Foxtrots. You know the drill. Do not spam it too much. I'll see you all on Mari's stream. I'll see you all on my and PK's next stream. And of course, the next episode of Shrine Talk. Look forward to my announcements. And of course, if you haven't already, if you want to interact with me and the other Foxtrots, I am very active on Discord. If you don't want to miss out on my announcements whenever I go live, my schedules, or when I tweet random stuff, my Twitter is on chat. Feel free to follow me. And of course, for those who haven't already, please, please, please follow PK on Twitch. I'm pretty sure her socials are on her page over there.
yep.
So check them out.
I am active on Twitter.
Yes. All right. I'll see you all later. Bye bye. Good evening, good night, and have a good day, my precious Foxtrots. Bye bye.